All right. Let's call this meeting to order. 1:32 on April 16th. Shall we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. So let's start here by a roll call.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Present.
Councilmember Sanders.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Penna.
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Here. Shall we then approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It's been approved. So let's see, we go to proclamations. Riverside County Sheriff's Quarterly Update and Introductions of Sheriff Personnel. Lieutenant Chivone.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City staff. I'm Lieutenant Frank Chivone.
Chivone, my apologies.
First and foremost, I'd like to discuss with everybody, Deputy Yu crashed about 2 weeks ago on his motorcycle at 111 and Cook. He was looking for...
If you could speak into the mic, then people who are listening remotely can hear.
He was looking for distracted drivers. The vehicle stopped in front of him. He rear-ended it probably 30 miles an hour. He has a sprained thumb, a sprained foot or ankle, a broken toe, and then he's just more embarrassed than anything. So he's
And his motorcycle's totaled, huh?
His motorcycle is, we don't know if it's totaled yet. It's being under repair or we're getting it looked at to make sure what needs to be done. So he'll be back probably in 8 or 10 weeks. So that doesn't mean you could speed because we have Deputy Abrego out there trying to keep things down. Okay, this is the quarter three results. We had 3,755 file numbers pulled, 536 calls for service, 2,388 self-initiated file numbers, with 42 total arrests made through that third quarter. Number 9 or 9 DUIs is erroneous. It's 11. There was 11 DUI arrests, 7 public intoxication arrests, 3 warrant arrests, with 2,038 area checks.
So is this through March?
This is for the quarter.
And the third quarter, yeah.
Yeah, third quarter.
Through
January,
March.
February, and March.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the slide, please? Well, do you have any figures of those people that were arrested, of the 42 arrests? How many were Indian Wells residents and how many were not? Is that information that might be available?
It is available. I do look. It's maybe 1 to 2.
One out of the 42, maybe
the
1 or
42.
2 are Indian Wells residents. The other are people that are just
Driving through, passing
driving
through.
through. Thank you very much.
We're seeing at the hotels.
For the traffic collisions during that 3 months quarter, 4 major injury, 15 minor injury, with 48 non-injury. Traffic citations were 615 written by individuals, to include you, Abrego, and some of the patrol guys. 11 DUI arrests during that third quarter.
And do the DUI arrests come from having one of those stopping points, or are they just random? Do you know?
I do know. For the DUI checkpoint, which is farther down the road here, I think there was two arrests.
So it's included in the 9?
Two, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We had 0 homicides, 0 rapes, 1 robbery, 1 burglary, 0 auto thefts, and 10 miscellaneous thefts. Total property crimes were 12, total Part 1 crimes are 14. You guys take a look at the chart here, Q3 from 2024 to 2025. This is from the time dispatched, the deputy was dispatched to the time of arrival. On your far left is the red for January of 2024 was 6 minutes and 3 seconds, compared to January of 2025 was 3 minutes and 9.93. So when I shifted the secondary motor, there was concerns that response times would go up. In fact, they've come down, and our increase in traffic has gone through the roof. So I hedged my bet and I won. So let's see here. January, it's pretty self-explanatory. You guys can take a look at them. Our priority 1 is the most important calls, the life-threatening, the domestic violence that are or traffic collisions that are people may be injured. Those are the ones that we're racing around to get to. Just the same chart, just a different view of it. But as you can see to the far right, priority 1 in 2024 to 2025 to 2026, there's still pretty good. I'm working on the priority 4s. Those just come with ebbs and flows, those times there. These are some of the highlights of the cases that are being done. I'm not going to read that verbatim, but long story short, during the course of BNP tennis tournament hosted here at the Indian Wells Tennis Gardens, there was a group of what we commonly refer to as gypsies. They were a Colombian organized crime base. They came through here with the intent to steal. They were successful enough to steal a $435,000 watch off somebody's arm or wrist. And long story short is that 3 people are working in concert. They're going around taking pictures of people's watches, their fancy watches, utilizing them as their targets, and then they create a diversion of the victim. This particular diversion was a rather attractive female that had a load full of money, and she drops the money along with her partner. The partner and her, or the victim, goes down to help her pick up her money. Her partner, basically says, no, don't do that, or we got it. And while the commotion is going on, he's able to get the watch off your wrist. If you look on YouTube, there's some videos. I understand that these guys are so slick that they're able to get the tie off your neck without you realizing that it's gone. So
Is that why you're not wearing a tie?
I'm not wearing a tie. Mr. Sanders, they could get that tie off your neck.
Yeah, whoa. That's a valuable tie, too.
Some of the highlights that was conducted by members that were assigned there to include the Indian Wells set team, along with the robbery burglary suppression team that we have that is also hosted partially by Indian Wells. It's a team made up of 6 or 8 guys and a sergeant. They authored 13 search warrants up and down the state, mostly in Ontario and LA, to include some jewelry stores. They were able to get initially 2 people in custody based on flock and vigilant cameras with the use of identifying their vehicles. They got the first guy in custody. The DA's office did not want to file. We got his phone. During the phone and the extraction of the phone based on one of the search warrants, there were multiple pictures of multiple people in multiple locations at the tennis gardens with individual watch pictures. So the DA's office, because we didn't have a watch, but showing the intent with all these pictures on the guy's phone, they ultimately filed on him. So he was released. We had a surveillance team outside the jail. We didn't want to take him back into custody. We wanted to bring him back to his house. So we had a surveillance team set up on the jail. We followed him all the way to Ontario, where we landed at a house. At the house, we were able to identify, based on many, many hours of surveillance, of the female that was involved. So ultimately, all three were taken into custody. And they're over there, well, two of them are at the jail, waiting charges. And I think one had an outstanding INS warrant that the feds came and picked her up without our knowledge. So she's back on her way to Columbia. No watch returned. We went to the jewelry stores down there. Some of them, they're scandalous jewelry stores. They don't know anything about it. They've never seen this watch. But we have GPS of them being inside the store. During the search of the residence, there was multiple papers located with shipping address for shipping containers that were going back to Columbia. So we assume that that watch is on its way to Columbia. And then in February, we did a DUI checkpoint. 921 vehicles were screened, 53 drivers were referred to secondary. So if you go through the DUI checkpoint and they notice that your eyes are red or watery, or you have the smell of alcohol emitting from your breath in person, they divert you into another lane, and then another set of guys come and they evaluate you. So they ultimately evaluated 4 people, and 2 of them were ultimately arrested for DUI and booked into the Indio jail. I think that's it. Let me see what else we have here. The set team guys have been busy. You know, we've had B&P tennis, which was a 2-week deal. There's lots of planning that goes involved in that. I have the FBI out there, the CIA. There's multiple executive protection teams for the some of the heavy hitters in the world that attend, to include the players, Prince Harry or Prince Henry and whatever her name, she was supposed to be out there. They didn't want to talk to me, unfortunately. But so we work close with the executive protection teams and just to keep everybody safe. We have the speaker series that we are providing law enforcement services. Dr. George car show, which is a big hit, big deal for the city, big deal for the cancer research people. That was about it. I'll touch on a little speed study that we did, and if you guys have any questions in regards to that, Mr. Pena, I could bring Wiggs up here, but we will continue our speed efforts, enforcement efforts throughout the city to keep these numbers
Can you
down.
move over and talk into the mic? Just slide over.
Sorry.
That's fine.
And
No problem.
do you have the numbers for all those that live on El Dorado, Cook, and Fairway? You could share with them how much work you're doing over there,
Yeah.
whether you're seen or not. I want everybody to know.
Miss Avila will bring it up for us. Wiggs, come on up. I'm gonna go out a little out of. Let's see here. No, you can do this. Go ahead, Wiggs.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Wade, Riverside County Sheriff's Office. I just recently got assigned to the City of Indian Wells doing the for the traffic division. I oversee the motors. I also see the collision reconstructionists that we have on the team, as well as the community service officers that we have. Before we get into the survey, the speed survey, or the analysis that we did on Fairway Drive, a little bit of history about me. I've had 20 years in law enforcement. Over half of my career has been in traffic to some degree. I was a motor deputy for a handful of years. I'm currently a collision reconstructionist. Essentially what we do with collision reconstruction, we analyze crashes, we find out how they happen, and we use a lot of math and physics to try to figure out how major collisions happen. It's really exciting. So, and then I was a field training officer as well, not only for the patrol division, but also for traffic. And currently, I am a collision investigation course instructor for the Sheriff's Department in the state of California.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Oh, do I have to go through that again? Oh, okay. All right.
You want to stand here?
Let me see. I think this will be fine.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's a little bit about my history there. Traffic enforcement. First thing to talk about is traffic enforcement and how that's done and its purpose, because there's a purpose behind deputies out writing tickets. They don't just aimlessly go out and write tickets for the sake of writing tickets. There's a purpose there. And that purpose is to reduce collisions. So typically what we do is every month or every quarter, we gather where all the collisions are happening in the city. And then our traffic deputies our motors will go out in that area and write as many tickets as they can to get collisions to come down. So once collisions start to go down, we basically chase the next busiest area. Enforceable speeds. This is a common misconception about how speed enforcement works. If you're going 1 or 2 miles an hour over the speed limit, you are more than likely not going to get a speeding ticket. It doesn't typically work that way. The law, as it relates to speed, is that the burden of proof is on the officer to prove that your speed is unsafe. So a vehicle going 3-4 miles an hour over the speed limit, I have to articulate how that's unsafe, and that's not very reasonable, typically. But now if you're going 50 miles an hour in a 50 mile an hour zone, and there's a car overturned in the middle of the lane, and you pass that thing at 50 miles an hour, it's gonna be pretty easy to articulate how going the speed limit is unsafe given those conditions. So deputies will typically enforce speeds like that. Now, when it gets to court, with that burden of proof, to show that a vehicle is traveling 5, 6, 7 miles an hour over the limit, the deputy has a huge burden. The courts will agree, though. Anything 12 and over, typically, is unsafe. And so now the burden more or less is going to shift to the driver to prove how is 12 miles an hour over the speed limit not unsafe. So when we start talking a little bit about the data here on Fairway Drive, when I start talking about speed and I talk about how many vehicles are speeding, I'm talking about the vehicles within that enforceable speed area. I'm not talking about the vehicles that are doing 1 or 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. Resources, what we do to enforce traffic laws. We have motor officers, as you can see. This is one of our newer motorcycles. I believe this is Deputy Brago's motorcycle. So we use motor officers. We have community service officers that drive white cars that has sheriff on the side of it. And we use traffic trailer devices that basically, as you drive by, it tells you this is your speed, starts flashing when you're going over the speed limit. Yeah, we all know those ones. That's the ones we use as well. So talking about Fairway Drive, there's been a lot of questions about the speed issue there or reports of speed issues. The first thing I'm going to look at is how many collisions are occurring on Fairway Drive. So I'm going to look at what we have in our resources as a collision summary report. It's basically an outline of every collision within Fairway Drive as I chose it. And what I found was that for the past 10 years, from 2015 till now, there have been a total of 11 collisions on Fairway Drive, about 1 a year. 2 of those collisions are caused by speed. None of those collisions were injury or fatal collisions. Okay. The next report I'm looking at is, in the city, where are the majority of our collisions occurring? And so there's a high incident summary report. It lists the #1 roadway where all the collisions are occurring, which is routinely 111 and Cook. Intersections are very common in the United States to be #1. But when it comes to Fairway Drive, the city of Indian Wells has between 17 and 27 high incident areas. Fairway Drive competes with being the last every year for the past 10 years.
What did you, Fairway is what?
Fairway Drive, it competes with being one of the roadways that has
last sentence, Fairway Drive.
It competes with being one of the lowest frequency areas in the city. And it's been that way for the past 10 years. Yes, sir, for collisions.
Thank you.
Next thing I'm looking at is the engineering and traffic survey. And just as a side note, everything I'm providing here is just fact and data. And then afterwards, I'll give you my opinion and we can go from there. But the engineering and traffic survey, which was done in 2022, and it's good for 7 years, basically determines what the speed limit is on a roadway. The way that works is 85% of the cars that are traveling, whatever that speed is, that's what the speed limit's going to be. So the people get to choose how fast the speed limits on the roadways are. If we want the speed limit to be 80 miles an hour on 111, we all have to travel 80 miles per hour on 111 and not get pulled over. So with that, Fairway Drive 85% of the vehicles, or 85th percentile, is at 38 miles per hour. Thus, the speed limit for the survey is at 35. In July of 2024, the speed limit was reduced to 30 miles per hour. One, because of some speed complaints, but also because there's a park that was installed there. So the engineering department has the right to lower that speed 5 miles per hour for public safety because of the changes there, and which they did. Next thing I'm going to look at is traffic enforcement and how many citations have been written. So we had a radar speed sign placed on Fairway Drive from October 1st to October 26th, 2025. 35,000 vehicles were scanned on that roadway in that 1 month time. 56% of them were at or below 30 miles per hour. 41% were between 31 and 40 miles per hour. And 3% of the vehicles traveling through the roadway were at 41 miles per hour, entering that enforceable speed area. Next, there was a 7-day directional speed analysis that was conducted from September 5th to September 11th. And in that time, that 1 week span, there was 12,000 vehicles that were scanned. Out of those 12,000 vehicles, only 1.8% are within enforceable speed. So here's the how many citations have been issued annually on Fairway Drive alone. So we can see in 2015, there was a total of 6 citations. Speed enforcement wasn't starting to be conducted until 2023. And currently in 2026, we have about 248 tickets that's exceeded that by now. But there are 248 tickets written on Fairway Drive, 92 of them being speed related.
That's just in this year, the first 3 months of this year, you're already at 248,
Yes, sir.
and 92 of them are speed. What are the other 200?
The more common is you're looking at stop signs.
Ah.
Right? We do get some stop signs there. You get an occasional right-of-way violation, but the majority of the time it is going to be it's going to be stop signs.
Okay, now you say 92 is speed. That is where they're going more than 12 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Yes,
So
sir.
they're going 42 miles an hour or greater.
Correct.
I imagine they only do it once.
It's a very loud ticket, yes. So ultimately, with all of that, my opinion is that we don't really have a speed issue on Fairway Drive that is causing a public safety concern. No matter where you go in the city, you're going to have speeders. 1.8% of the vehicles traveling that are speeding, that's a normal number. Does that mean that things can't get worse? Absolutely. So our job is to, not only are we going to focus on the high incidence areas like Highway 111, Deputy Obrego is routinely showing us speed enforcement. He's pulling people on 111 doing 90 and 100 miles an hour. So that is not uncommon. So he's maintaining that focus, and Deputy Yu is doing the same thing on Fred Waring and the other streets that they're working. They're still going to be taking a look at Fairway Drive and making sure that that speed is kept in check there. But as far as safety goes, I don't think we're looking at a significant concern right now.
So,
If you have any questions?
yeah, I have a question, or maybe a comment. So, I think from your study, it shows that over half of the people, well over half of the people, are going under 30 miles an hour or 30 miles an hour, and that is a great, great improvement. Thank you. Over what was happening before we reduced the speed limit to 30 miles an hour. So I think the conclusion is reducing the speed limit to 30 miles an hour has been a great boon to the city of Indian Wells on Fairway, correct?
Yes, and when you're on Fairway Drive and you're seeing that, how close cars can be to pedestrians and golf carts, slowing that speed was a reasonable decision. Absolutely was.
Any other questions?
Just a comment. I think for the residents on Fairway Drive, speeding is a big part of the problem, but another part of the problem is the volume of traffic. And if you drive from one end of Fairway Drive in Palm Desert, where it originates, to the other end of Fairway Drive on Indian Wells Lane in Indian Wells, the entire stretch is residential, except for one use at the northeast corner of Portola and Fairway. There's a church there, but every other use is residential. So I think it's unreasonable to have huge buses and other non-automobile traffic other than golf carts zooming up and down Fairway Drive, which is for all intents and purposes, a residential street. I just want those folks to know who live on Fairway or in close proximity to Fairway that we had a very robust discussion about this at the Public Safety Committee meeting yesterday. And we're going to try and take steps to curb the bus traffic, other heavy traffic, and so stay tuned.
Any other comment? Yeah, Dana.
That's great news. I believe in the Palm Desert portion of Fairway Drive, all commercial vehicles are prohibited. And to the extent that we could look at making that same prohibition in the Indian Wells section, it would be, I think we should look at that very carefully. I live in an area where I go in and out of Fairway to get to my home, and speed does not appear to be the issue. It is the issue of just too much traffic, and people on bicycles who are going the wrong way. And so when I'm looking here and there's somebody over there, so I think when we get to safer streets, that will be addressed as well, I presume. But anyway, as far as the commercial vehicles are concerned, I think if we simply duplicated what Palm Desert has done and enforce it, I don't know how they're doing with enforcing, but if we enforce it, I think that would make a major difference.
I think that's a good call, and the Public Safety Committee will roll that into the discussion. Eventually, it will get to the council. Thank you.
I just want to say one thing.
Yep.
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, listening to the residents and providing this information today. Some of them don't see you out there, and they have a lot of questions, but you've definitely brought a lot of information here for us to respond to them, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
You stay here. Deputy Abrego and Sergeant Stan, come on up. Council, Sergeant Robert Wiggs, he's going to be the secondary motor sergeant, riding partially between the two cities. He's in the process of getting some equipment ready so he could have a safe ride. So I'm going to skip the introduction for Sergeant Wiggs. He pretty much introduced himself. He's been around here about 20 years, worked for me back in the Indio station. He was the Jew of La Quinta. Over there, he wrote lots and lots of tickets, and always with that same smile on his face, and I never got any complaints. He was a great enforcer and a hell of a salesman. So this is Robert Wiggs, and clearly he's got the real analytical side to him with numbers, so it's a true blessing that he's here working for the city. I'll move on to Sergeant Stan. He's been on, I think, about 15 years. Also worked for me, rode him like a horse. He doesn't even want to stand next to me. He's still terrified of me. But he is going to be in charge of the set team. I've set some high standards for these members of the team. He's been at a few different stations, several different assignments, so he comes with a history of knowing what he's doing. So we'll see how long I keep him. No, just kidding. Deputy Abrego, he's been on 20 years. He's been all over the county. He's worked personnel. He's worked the jails, the courts. He is really good at social media stuff. He's done a lot of photography stuff and safety briefings. You could look on the sheriff's website. He's got a whole video about e-bikes. He takes this job very seriously. He's very passionate about speed. He spends a lot of time on 111, and daily I get text messages, pictures of people up over 80, 90 miles an hour every single day. I mean, so these people are out there, and he's trying to combat that. So these are the members of your team here for the Indian Wells. We appreciate all your support, and we will continue to push the mission forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And thank you for your service. Doing a great job.
You bet.
I love those numbers going down on the crime side. That's an incredible decline. All right, next up, Riverside County Fire Department, quarterly update. You got to follow that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Cody Wright, your fire chief, and I'll give the third quarter updates for 2026, which will be the months between January and March. So from January to March, we had 415 total calls for service. We averaged a 4.4-minute response time, which is excellent. We're meeting our benchmark there. Engine 55 ran 281 calls, Medic 55 ran 162 calls, and Medic 255 ran 134 calls. I would also like to mention the fact that nurse navigation, which is when 911's called and it's not necessary to send a fire engine or an ambulance to that call, 12 additional calls from the city went to that. And a lot of those were mental health or possibly logistics where the person's not able to get to the hospital and didn't necessarily need a fire engine and an ambulance going code 3 to their house. So that was lowering our call volume. Additionally, we had 1 commercial fire, 59 false alarms, 296 medical aids, which made up 71% of our calls, 21 calls for public assist, 2 residential structure fires, 2 rescues, 28 traffic collisions, and 2 vehicle fires. Here's our response map for the city. Pretty much all the blue dots are the medical aids. The red dots are for fires and various other calls. As you can see, throughout east to west, the majority of our calls took place in the center of the city.
Looks like the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go back. Yep.
All the ship dots.
There it is.
Is there a blockade?
I'm proud to announce with the Assistant City Manager, we were able to get new Medic 55 in service. It's bright and shiny, and the guys are loving it right now. It was a learning process for myself, getting it accredited, licensed, and all the hoops and red tape we had to jump through to get it. So it's quite a big accomplishment, and I thank you for that, Eric. Your firefighters attended the mini muster throughout the Cove communities, and what that is where the firefighters go and teach first aid, firefighting, and some basic public safety skills to all the young students in elementary school. The kids absolutely loved it. They got a little wet, possibly a little bit muddy, but luckily we had hot weather, so it was great for them. I attended several of them and was able to talk to a lot of the teachers, principals, and even the parents were out there. And it was quite a shocking fact to find out that many of the parents that were there attended the mini muster when they were in school, when they went to the schools out here. So it's been going for over 40 years. It's a long tradition, and it sounds like it's the highlight of the year for the children, so it was great. And we found that when we teach them fire safety at a young age, it sticks with them through the rest of their lives. So it's a great investment for the kids. For significant incidents, we had the Hyatt Grand Champion Resort fire. Crews were dispatched to the hotel. It's a 5-story high-rise at 7:58 p.m. Upon arrival, the first company officer didn't see anything, reported nothing showing. As the crews went to investigate, they located a fire in the electrical room on the 5th floor. The incident commander requested a second and third alarm. Basically, a first alarm would be 4 engines and a truck, so he tripled that. So we probably had about 20 pieces of equipment on scene, as well as three chiefs. The fire was contained to the original room with minimal smoke damage. Unfortunately, 300 occupants were displaced, and 1 hotel employee did have smoke inhalation and was transported to a local hospital. The cause is still under investigation. And that would be the end of my report. Any questions?
Any thoughts or comments on BNP Paribas, which occurred during this time?
Yes, I went and attended. It was very good. I was highly impressed. There was a ton of people there, and I was completely overwhelmed, not just with the amount of people, but the traffic. I thought it was very professional. I met with a lot of the people doing the medical aids, and I had medical aid stations and everything, so it was great.
Cool.
You didn't see any expensive watches, did you?
No watches.
Anybody have any comments or questions? Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate
you.
the update. Excellent. Okay, so now appreciate your service. Fantastic. Let's move to public comment. Are there any public comments, City Clerk?
Yes, we do have 2 public comments. We'll call up Eileen Lynch, followed by Martin Lax.
Okay. Eileen, you've got the hot mic.
Alrighty. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here today. My name is Eileen Lynch. I am the Executive Director of Parkinson's Resource Organization, and I'm here today because it's Parkinson's Awareness Month. So I just wanted to call some attention to that. Parkinson's is the fastest growing, second most common neurodegenerative condition in the world, and it will outpace Alzheimer's soon. It uniquely impacts Coachella Valley. We have an older population than the rest of the U.S. U.S. averages 37 years old. Indian Wells averages 65. So we have some unique risk factors that mean that we have more people with Parkinson's living here in Coachella Valley and here in Indian Wells than other parts of the country, and we know that. Parkinson's Resource Organization provides services like emotional support, practical support, education, resources, and community to help people navigate living with Parkinson's or caring for someone living with Parkinson's, and all of our programs are completely free. So this Parkinson's Awareness Month, I want to highlight the urgency of this issue. It's not just a condition that your best friend's uncle's grandpa had. It is something that is coming fast and furious for our population. There is a local resource that serves this population completely for free. And you can find out more about that at parkinsonsresource.org. I will be applying for some city grants in the future, and I do hope that we are more successful this year than last year because we are located in Indian Wells. We are one of the few nonprofits that operates within this great city and serves this population. So thank you so much, and I'm available for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Eileen. Thank you for your presentation. We look forward to hearing from you on your request for grants. There you go. Mr. Lax, the hot mic is yours.
Mr. Neighborhood Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, neighbors. Good afternoon. I'm Martin Lax. Lived here in Indian Wells for, since I started my law firm here in 92, moved here in 95, raised 3 children, including many musters. I wanted to comment about 3 different things. First, the increasing plane noise over our neighborhood is becoming more and more disruptive. It's not just the sound itself, it's the frequency and duration. Sounds like my wife's pregnant again, frequency and duration. But the planes are just constant now, especially at night until 11 o'clock at night even. And with the mountainside right against us, it echoes. I asked council to do something about this. I sent, I think, the complaint response to the FAA, to the city, and I hope that that helps. Second, when the golf courses were redesigned many years ago, the city shared that achievement with us residents. We had a day on the course, got to meet neighbors we never met before. It was a nice time, and it recognized us and how we support the course. We had now just redesigned the course recently, and I ask you to consider doing the same sort of thing. Maybe next fall we can do that. And third, on the lighter side, I've been writing letters to bagel companies. I like bagels. From LA, went to school in New York. Well, guess what? H&H Bagel just opened up today on Country Club and Monterey. And no, I do not have any financial interest in it. Anyways, I encourage you all to go there. It's pretty good. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The FAA, by the way, we're going to have I believe, a future agenda item next month on a whole series of research and investigations this group has been doing to try and figure out how to let's say, encourage the FAA to change the landing pattern. So we'll have an update next month.
We'll have a report today from the city attorney on a closed session item related to that, too.
Yeah.
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 So stay tuned.
Yep. We are with you. All right, city manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
members of City Council. I have no additional report today.
Wow, a man of few words.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. City Manager.
Did Dana put you up to this?
Oh, no.
Yeah, maybe. Mr. City Manager, we have, I believe, quite a few golfers in the audience who golf at our golf resort. Would you very briefly explain the problem we're having with our water supply, Colorado River water supply?
I will do my best, but I know our Public Works Director, Dina Purvis, can help interject. Earlier this year, when we planted the flowers along Highway 111, we noticed that they weren't growing as well as we thought they would. And actually, it wasn't the brand of Indian Wells. So as our Public Works crew removed them, they decided to find out why this was the case. They did a soil sample of the flower beds and found that the salinity in those flower beds is almost off the chart. So as such, they determined in cooperation with the golf resort that it seems that there's a high level of salt content in the water coming from the Colorado River, which goes into the detention ponds at the golf resort, which is used to irrigate the golf course, as well as Indian Wells' landscape. And so we had some discussions over the last week and looking at solutions to perhaps find ways to drop down the salinity amount coming into the golf resort from the Colorado River, or perhaps looking at a different water supply, including wells, at the golf resort. But it does affect the landscape in the community and perhaps the growing at the golf resort.
So the vegetation at the players' course, brand new grass, et cetera, on several of the fairways and greens has been stunted perhaps as a result of the salinity in the water.
In conversation with Dick Leitner, who is the agronomy director, he's here as well. He's more than happy to answer those questions, but yes, it has impacted the golf resort.
Thank you.
Mr. Pena, do you have a question you want to ask?
No, I just wanted to ask, when did you discover this?
Ms. Purvis?
And this is non-potable water, I'm assuming? Yeah.
Good afternoon. We tested the soil at the flower beds approximately 4 weeks ago and got the results last week.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other comments? Okay, we'll go to city attorney.
Honorable Mayor and Council, as you know, the council met in closed session earlier today to discuss the items identified on the agenda. No action was taken that needs to be reported under the Brown Act. However, as has already been alluded to, the council has invited me to report that the council authorized retention of special legal counsel to advise the city on new flight paths over Indian Wells that have been approved by the FAA, and to discuss legal options. The council will also have, as has been mentioned, a discussion item on its May 21st agenda to discuss that topic. That concludes my report. I'm available for questions.
Any questions? All right, off to the consent calendar. So are there any items to pull? I'm going to request pulling G13. Any other items?
I'm going to request to pull G4.
G4? Okay, any other items?
I move approval of the balance of the consent calendar.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, consent item approved with the pulling of G13 and G4. Okay, so we can discuss those now, I guess, huh? So G4, let's go with G4. Amendment to the Fiscal Policies and Procedures Manual, increase of no bidding threshold from $5,000 to $25,000. Kevin, are you going to talk about this?
Sure.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The Finance Committee met and discussed the idea of changing the no bidding threshold from a Fiscal Procedures Manual, which is currently at $5,000, up to an amount of $25,000. There are no other changes suggested for the Fiscal Procedures Manual. One of the reasons for this change was simply time. The $5,000 limit has been in place in the Fiscal Procedures Manual for an excess of 20 years. And given the amount of work done by our Public Works Department, it was deemed prudent to adjust the total from the minimum 5,000 to a new minimum of 25. That completes my report, and of course, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
for purposes of discussion, I move that we approve the Finance Committee's recommendation.
Second the motion.
Okay. So is there any questions? Well, I guess public comment should have come before the motion, but does anybody have any public comment that they'd like to make on this particular matter? Okay, now accepting the motion for discussion. Bruce.
So we discussed this previously, but my concern about about this matter is that when you increase the purpose of having bidding, if I'm correct, is to make sure that we have multiple companies that are coming in and giving us bids, so we get the lowest bid and/or the best bidder, however that's arranged. And so the question is how many contracts approximately now will move into the no bid arena when we go from 5,000 to 25,000?
The current estimate, the current bids today, I think it's about 74 bids, and the total amount of those contracts on an annual basis is about $900,000.
Okay, so those are 74 contracts that until we passed this issue were competitive bidding.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And if we pass this, then that's $900,000 of contracts that annually, is that correct, that would not be competitive bidding?
That's correct. That would move, that threshold moves up to 25,000, and those particular contracts would no longer require, the Public Works Department can still do any kind of quoting that they like, but under the revised policy, they would not be required to bid those contracts anymore.
Okay. What are some of the safeguards? Obviously, competitive bidding is a great safeguard for a city to have to make sure that we're getting the best bidding, the best price, the best contractor, and also I think is a safeguard against something none of us would want to see, which is friendly contracts to somebody at the city. What safeguards do we have in place that would protect the city from things like fraud or friendly bidding, non-bidding, and that type of thing that you get when you don't have a competitive, potentially, I'm not saying we would have it, but potentially could have if you have no bidding contracts?
Understand. Thank you, Councilmember Whitman. Well, there's a number of things in place. First of all, this is simply removing the bidding requirement. And what that means is that all of these, as alluded to, all of these are still contracts, meaning that they have all the internal control procedures. All of those vendors are still required to carry insurance, indemnify the city. There's still all the separations of duties that exist. The one issue that's being changed is the bidding requirement. And the lion's share of those 74 agreements are really essentially professional services that are on call. And two of them that I think maybe are very easy for the council and folks at home to understand is our air conditioning companies. So we have a number of air conditioning companies, and we even to this moment, we have a most qualified company that we work with. They came to us under the under the bidding process. It's a company that we use all the time. Annual services, if and when an air conditioner breaks down, It's often much greater than $5,000. And rather being stuck in the situation of having to bid for air conditioning repairs, now we have a company on duty that can come out immediately and service that. Another example is in Public Works is towing. So if and when, if possible, one of our vehicles breaks down, needs to be towed, now we have a company already in place that we can simply call and have those services done immediately rather than bidding that out, which, as I'm saying here, it sounds a little foolish. So that's a good, those are two good examples
Right.
of where this would work best.
Okay, and I get that, but my question has to do with preventing favoritism. You know, the fact that competitive bidding does protect the city from favoritism in no-bid contracts. I think that's pretty well acknowledged. Are you able, or would you be able to do some tweaking? Because when I read the ordinance, it doesn't really talk to that issue. It just increases the amount. Is there anything that you could do administratively to tweak that statute or that ordinance to prevent any favoritism, as in the same way that bidding would do, competitive bidding would do?
Sure. So one of the things, and I've spoke with the Public Works Director about this, one of the things that would happen regardless of whether it was in the policy or not is that in this particular example of, let's stick with air conditioning. So if we had a service or air conditioning condenser broke, for the sake of the argument, it was $12,000. And if the very next time we call the same company and it happens to be $12,100, $200, our Public Works Director is going to just immediately repair it. But for the sake of your discussion, sir, if the situation was that repair went from $12,000 to $18,000, the Public Works Director still has the option to do quotes, to get 3 quotes and make sure that a number aligns with the current market. And that's something that we could put in as a additional paragraph in this section if the council opined to that. But it's something that happens automatically. I don't think it would impede the process, and it certainly wouldn't change the bidding requirement.
Okay.
And isn't there, Kevin, in place already as a matter of protocol and procedure, no favoritism, and a process that when we engage in a contract, that those kind of languages are in the procurement process as well as in the execution process?
Yes, yeah, clearly there is no favoritism whatsoever. What we're really talking about here are the folks who have demonstrated being the most qualified bidder, folks that we trust, folks that we work with day in and day out for these types of services. So that, like I said, those people who are going to call and who are going to come, whether it's
Understood.
air conditioning, repair, or towing.
But when we went through the list, and the list is extensive, I pointed out 3 random companies, and you actually said all 3 of those are out to bid because they would be they're a new vendor, and that's the process you would go through anyway. So what you're referring to is a narrow example of people we've worked with in the past that we're trying to, continue to work with, but in the event that a contract, potentially a longer-term contract comes up or a company moves on, in your discretion, you'll be able to bid these agreements out.
And that's how it would work.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you are currently bidding out a number of the contracts that are actually on that list.
Yeah, and we'll typically do that when we don't really know what the competitive bid amount should be.
Gary.
If I may add, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, and that is, I think Mr. McCarthy has alluded to pre-qualifying, but I think he should probably give a better description what that is, because I think that there's an assumption that there is no qualification of these vendors. So maybe that'll help illuminate the
Okay.
comments.
Would you care to describe the
Sure.
pre-qualification process?
Thank you, sir. Yes, so going through a process of bidding, we look at those folks who are qualified to do the work, whatever type of background it is, and even to the extent of once they're hired, how well do they do the job here? So those folks go through all those qualifications that are established by the Public Works Department in order to become a pre-qualified vendor, somebody who is capable of doing the repair.
Bruce, do you have any other questions?
I think, Dana, do you?
Well, I just want, the $25,000, well, let me put this in the form of a question. This is like Jeopardy here. What is your, I'm addressing the city manager, what is your limit that you can go ahead and spend without coming back to the council for authority?
$25,000, sir.
Okay, so this would match that same authority that he presently has, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I mean, this is not, so it's nothing greater than what is already available to the city manager at this time?
No, sir, and I think it's the reason, if I may indulge, the reason the finance department landed, or committee landed where it did was for one of those reasons as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so again, I appreciate all that, and you know, Kevin, I find you very trustworthy, and I know you would never do anything that would be untoward, but for the protection of the residents, what I'm seeing is that there is now $900 and some thousand that formerly was competitively bid that now can be let without any competitive bidding. And I think that's a pretty big number. And what I'm concerned about is not that what your policy is, your unwritten policy or your, you know, what you would generally do, but that there's nothing in writing in the policy to prevent, not you, but maybe your successor or somebody else in Public Works or somebody, to give somebody a contract. Does that mean I have to stop asking the
No,
question?
sir, I'm terribly sorry.
You're on a timer.
Mea culpa, mea culpa. Let me just turn this off here.
So that's what I'm concerned about, is that there's nothing written now in this new policy that gives us any safeguards whatsoever about, and I understand the city manager is in the same situation, but he is the city manager. I regard that as a little different.
Your safeguard language that you'd like to propose is around
getting quotes. I mean, even instead of the bidding process, which I know is very time consuming and has a lot of requirements and might take weeks and weeks and weeks, but you know, that at a certain point, I would think that there would be an obligation to at least get some other quotes, rather than just constantly saying you can go to whoever you want without any bidding and hire that person for $24,999. That's a big, I think that's kind of a big number, but is there something you can do administratively without having council to come and deliberate and having a new, you know, policy or whatever? Can you tweak that administrative policy to
May I
give us some
suggest maybe
protection?
some language that maybe this satisfies you, that in the event it's a new vendor versus a renewal, that we have to send it out to bid?
Well, I think the same danger is presented with renewals.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand your issue, okay?
The only issue I'm concerned with, I understand, you know, there's pre-qualification, everybody's qualified. But as you go on, people get to know each other and get comfortable with each other. And that's what I see as not just the danger with our city, but with any city.
Okay, Mr. Penna?
Can I ask you why you want to make this policy change?
The initial reason is that, first of all, great question. The issue is that is facing us is that the $5,000 limit has been in place for more than 2 decades, and the cost of services, again, I'm going to stay with something super easy like this air conditioning repair, has just risen over that time. And, you know, we're not a residential home, we're a commercial facility, so our costs are even larger. There's a number of air conditioners, so on and so forth. So in the event when we need service, albeit even emergency service from an air conditioner going out or what have you, those costs are typically more than $5,000, and our Public Works Department is being stymied from being able to supply those repairs until they can go through that process of getting those bids. And so the idea of increasing this limit is really to recognize that costs have increased over the last 20-year period, and that the city, that's where those services are now kind of landing, is that between that $10 up to $25,000 for repairs.
Mr. Mayor, in line with what the finance director just said, $5,000 20 years ago is not $5,000 today. If you just take the consumer price index rate of inflation compounded every year for 20 years, you're going to get a very, very significantly higher number than $5,000. Some of these contracts are best measured by the construction cost index in terms of inflation. And there are years when the construction cost index has been running 10 to 15% per year. So $25,000 is really $5,000 in terms of 2006 numbers.
I believe, Mr. Are you complete? Sorry, wait a second. Are you complete, Mr. Sanders?
I am.
Okay, city manager.
I was going to add a point on behalf of the Public Works Director. She can come up and attest to this as well. As there's many a times that we have small public works projects, let's say repairing a portion of the sidewalk, and the vendors are not submitting bids to do so because the insurance costs that they have to incur prior to being accepted to any work, or just to be a competitive bidder, deters people from submitting bids even. So there's been public works projects where maybe it's a $10,000 project. They'll spend maybe $1,000 on the insurance requirement, and yet not bid or not get the project. So it's deterring people from actually bidding on the projects too.
Okay, Mr. Reed.
As I understand it, you can spend up to $25,000 on anything that you reasonably believe is in the best interests of the city to do so. So, I mean, this is a non-issue. I mean, if necessary, and presumably you can delegate that to the one of your subordinates. So, I mean, right now this is just an impediment to what you already have, and that is the power to spend up to $25,000. That's why we recommend that we do this. Bidding, sending it out to bid is a time-consuming, very expensive process, and as was just discussed, the cost of living has increased dramatically in the last 20 years. So I would urge an aye vote on the Finance Committee's recommendation.
Could I just get an answer to the question that I asked? So I understand all that. I think it's fine. Is there some way administratively, without us re-going over this policy completely with bidding, that you can put a little bit of teeth into the policy, because $1 million now is at no bid under this new policy? Is there some kind of teeth that you can put in there administratively to have some greater assurance in writing that protects us from any favoritism?
I can work with our city attorney, but yes, if what you're asking for is, can I craft language that would allow, if there was a large discrepancy in the cost, to actually have language in the fiscal procedures manual that would say at some reasonable point our public works department or whomever would be required to do, I'm going to call them today bids or
quotes.
Get 3 quotes for that. If there's some large change in the price, yeah, that's something we could craft in there and put in that language. And it's something that the Public Works Department would do anyway, so I don't think that's an impediment to them.
As the maker of the motion, I'll accept that as part of the motion.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and amendment to the motion. I think it's time to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Go to G13, please. G13 is the notion of the creation of what I will casually call a adult miniature golf course at the Indian Wells Golf Resort that is going to replace the Shots in the Night. We have not only seen these facilities that have been already produced in Arizona and other cities with much success, but the only issue I have here is that I would like to see this approved subject to approval of the design of the city council's approval of the design of the actual golf course, miniature golf course and facility. There's
Is that
going
a
to be a,
motion?
that's a motion.
Second.
Does anybody, is there any public comment on this particular matter? Anybody have any public comments? Okay. Now we have a motion to approve, subject to approval of design. Any discussion?
No clowns or windmills.
No clowns or windmills. Okay, I think we can make that accommodation. Any other comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for Nick. Do you have a second? Yeah. Okay. Removing the design component from this, is it possible that we could do this without artificial turf?
Most definitely, but I think especially the way that we're moving and the state of California is moving and the southwestern United States is moving with water conservation, moving towards artificial turf is in our favor.
But does it fit our brand? I mean, we have world-class agronomy, we have world-class golf, we have everything world-class, and then we're going to have artificial turf for like a pitch and putt. It just seems a little out of our brand to me.
Yeah, most definitely. I think they're just like Dr. Taylor went ahead and said, there's a lot of examples in different states in Arizona where they're moving towards artificial surfaces and they're going ahead and they're producing a really good product. There is a lot of labor, a lot of water, a lot of fertilizer. There are many components that go into making the Shots in the Night courses work. I think overall it'd be a good investment for the city from our end, especially with the labor and inputs that we input into them, but that's just my overall opinion.
In other words, as contemplated with artificial turf.
Correct.
Yeah. If I can add, I was on the trip to Scottsdale when we reviewed some of these facilities, and I was talking about clowns and windmills in jest. These facilities are really professional. If you took an aerial view, it would look like a miniature golf course. They're very tastefully done, and I think they would be a real attribute to the golf resort.
And when you say miniature golf course, it's not red carpeting with windmills, but literally like a mini version of the players' course.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
and they're very tasteful.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods himself, he goes ahead and a lot of these courses are designed after where, there's different pop-ups where Tiger is designing these certain courses that are considered pop stroke that are very tasteful. They provide fun year-round. I don't have to go ahead and put any inputs into them, whether it be water or labor. There's no shutdown time if I have to airify them during the summer months or overseed them during the winter months. They're open year-round, and I think it would be a great attribute overall to the resort and then to the hotel partners as well, because they're open year-round for children's and family to go out and visit. So,
One other consideration, the fairways on these miniature courses are very narrow, and you have to have a putting surface in order to play them. I don't know how you would mow them if they were natural grass. It would be a challenge, I would think.
yeah, and if they were to stay
natural turf. They would have to say putting surface, just like we have them currently. But, you know, some of the design work that they're kind of using currently with different, you know, water features that are kind of worked into there with the artificial turf, sand bunkers, things like that. They're very cool, very tasteful. I do not think they look, you know, unprofessional at all, in my opinion. So,
Nick, for people,
Please.
for the people that are watching on TV, could you state your name and your position, what
Yeah.
you do, and just indicate that you know what you're talking about?
most definitely. Nick Leitner, I'm the director of agronomy over at Indian Wells Golf Resort. So I deal with grass on a daily basis, and I'm a grass nerd. So if anybody has any questions, I'm here to go ahead and talk
Thank
grass.
And then, the only other thing is, as Greg mentioned, we saw there's some brand names associated in some of the existing courses, putting courses, architects that have lent their names that can be an attraction, certainly from a media perspective, et cetera. So I just, would like to understand, the design nature of this and its marketing applicability, because we think we can drive a lot of business with the hotels in the off-season and create a family entertainment space, as well as have a lot of fun with our current existing golfers. So there's a motion on the table to approve, subject to approval of design. Do we have any other discussion?
Is there a second? I didn't know.
Yes.
Oh,
I
yeah.
seconded it.
My question is, well, I hadn't thought about this, but if we approve this, are we approving artificial turf without any other analysis of whether it would be better to have natural turf?
We've actually been talking about it the last couple of years to switch
Yeah.
to artificial turf, so yes.
Okay, so regardless, what we would agree to is an artificial turf facility.
Yes.
Correct, that's been our understanding along, and we'll bring back prior to awarding any bids, what the design or the bid project looks like.
Okay. And this supplemental appropriation of $800,000 is for design and construction.
That is correct.
So it's the whole ballgame.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we go to public hearings. And the first agenda item is H1, Annual Levy and Engineers Report for the Indian Wells Street Lighting District. I believe, Mr. McCarthy, you've got the show again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This is all part of your regular public hearings to levy the roll for the fiscal year 26-27 fiscal year. The levies for the Public Street Lighting District are that the Street Lighting District provides a portion of street lighting for the village area, which is adjacent to Fred Waring Drive and Warner Trail. With that, staff recommends that the mayor open the public hearing, take any public comment, close the hearing, and simply adopt the resolution approving the levy and the collection of the assessments. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from council on this? Okay, anybody, do we have any public comment on this?
No, we open the public hearing.
Yeah.
We open the public hearing.
No public comments.
No public comments. Okay, so close public hearing.
Move adoption.
Second the
adoption.
motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We're on to H2, Final Annual Levy Report for Landscape and Lighting District Number 91. Mr. McCarthy, I believe you have the mic.
Again, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This is to approve the annual levy for the Landscape and Lighting District Number 91-1, which funds maintenance and the operations of 17 landscape and lighting districts within the city of Indian Wells. The total projected cost this year is approximately $2 million, funded through property assessments with no impact to the city's general fund. With that, the staff recommends that the mayor open the public hearing, take any public comment, close the hearing, and then simply adopt the resolution approving the levy and those collection of those assessments. And of course, I'm available for any questions you may have, sir.
Does anybody up here have any questions? Okay, open the public hearing. Are there any comments? There's no public comments. Close the public hearing.
Move adoption.
Second the motion.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. H3, Annual Levy and Engineers Report for the Drainage Maintenance Benefit Assessment, District Number 1. Mr. McCarthy, you're a popular man today. Please proceed.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. I'm trying to get through this as expeditiously as possible. The Drainage District is located in the province community and reflects the maintenance costs for nuisance water runoff and retention. With that, staff recommends that the mayor open the public hearing, take any public comment, close the public hearing, and then again, simply adopt the resolution approving the levy and those collection of those assessments. And again, I am available for any questions you may have.
Does anybody have any questions? There's no public questions. Open the public hearing. Does anybody have any public comment? There are no public comments. Closing
adoption.
the public hearing. We have a motion to approve and a second.
Second the motion.
Those in favor say aye. Aye. It passes unanimously. Now we're on to H4. H4 is the ordinance, amending Title 21 to clarify existing regulations under the golf course overlay zone and ensure general plan consistency, and finding the action to be exempt from CEQA and CEQA guidelines. Okay, Community Development Director Berg, please present to the staff.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. John Berg, Community Development Director for the City of Indian Wells. The item before you is an ordinance that would be repealing the golf course overlay and replacing it with a golf and recreation base zone. The impetus for this I'll describe here. Here you see an exhibit that shows the existing land use map and zoning map for the city, and you can see golf and recreation is called out in the legend of that map, and it's shown in the darker green areas on the map itself. And the idea of the golf and recreation zone and how it's been historically developed over time is for allowing both public and private golf courses with clubhouses, maintenance yards, restrooms, snack shacks, those types of things that support the golf course, and also supportive country club recreational uses, which include, but not limited to, tennis, pickleball, shuffleboard, resort pools and spas, etc. The idea is that the areas in green are kind of flexible for both of those uses, so they would be changed or are newly proposed by issuance of a CUP and a site plan that defines the areas where both of those uses exist. Overall, we've had some challenges with the golf course overlay, as it's kind of a phantom nebulous floating polygon, if you will, within that green area. And the nature of the overlay within the golf and recreation land use, it creates unnecessary confusion and subjectivity. Problems with administration is the overlay is delineated on the physical boundaries of the golf course, and that could be argued what the physical boundaries of the golf course is, rather than a defined zoning geography, such as the dark green areas that I showed you. So it's hard to interpret, and it's very subjective in nature. There's no clear default development standards, and it's limited in guidance in what the ancillary and supportive uses are related to the playing of golf and the country club recreational amenities. And also the review authority is dated. It basically requires City Council look at any modifications within that zone that are in excess of $5,000. And here we heard that $5,000 yesterday is not the same as today, and so we've kind of removed that and have a more subjective review process, and I'll describe that later. I would like to note that in the general plan, which is the land use constitution of the city, it does already call out the uses for golf and recreation, and it's highlighted there in the excerpt below that golf and recreation is intended for the public and private golf courses, tennis facilities, and other typical country club style amenities. And where the general plan is more broad in its interpretation of what the land uses, allowable land uses are, the zoning really doesn't prescribe them or enumerate them in a way that's consistent. So here we are just trying to create some general plan consistency with the zoning, which is an action item under the general plan. Action item CD 1A directs the city to update its municipal code to ensure zoning designations and standards align with the general plan. And I would say that the general plan build-out table you can see on the bottom did in fact project build-out of over 1,300 acres within the golf and recreation zone with golf and recreation uses. Here we're not proposing to add any additional uses. It's all of what historically has been developed, and you can walk out and see with your own eyes in the country clubs itself as they exist today. So what the ordinance does is it, as I mentioned, repeals the golf course overlay, and so essentially removing the floating overlay tied to the subjective boundaries of the existing golf course, and it establishes a golf and recreation base zone, which creates a clear base zone for golf and recreational uses consistent with the city's general plan and the existing land use map. It cleans up related chapters, so it clarifies and restates definitions of modern golf courses and recreational uses, planning areas, the review framework, and with conforming edits and cross-references within the zoning code to read as one cohesive update. It's important to note what the ordinance does not allow, and it is not allowing new land uses. Ancillary supportive uses exist within the golf and recreation zones now, as I mentioned, and it does not amend the zoning map, and it does not approve any physical development. Some highlights of the changes real quickly I'll go over with you is Chapter 2108. It provides definitions of the golf course play area with modern course definitions. So here it describes the golf course play areas, those areas consisting of the tees, the fairways, the greens, the bunkers, the things that are traditionally associated with a modern golf course. It defines golf practice areas to include those uses such as driving ranges, putting and chipping areas, in sand practice areas. Those kind of things are golf practice areas. And it defines ancillary and supportive uses, such as mentioned, which does already exist within the golf and recreation zone, snack shacks, cart barns, maintenance facilities, and the like. In Chapter 2112, it recognizes golf and recreation as the base land use category and updates the land use matrix and overlay text for cross-reference accuracy. Chapter 2114 has been updated to replace outdated golf course references with golf and recreation land use title and restates the allowance for commercial and recreational uses at the city-owned Indian Wells Golf Resort, such as shots in the nights and miniature putting. Chapter 2140 has been updated to restate the permitted golf, ancillary, and supportive recreational uses within the golf and recreation zone that reflect existing development within the Indian Wells gated communities as they currently exist. And it confirms in Chapter 2123 that development standards apply by default unless preempted by specific planning areas. It also continues to prohibit commercial, gamified golf-themed uses like top golf and miniature golf within the private country clubs. And Chapter 2148 has been updated to clarify any conforming edits necessary for internal consistency throughout the zoning code and the municipal code itself, and preserves existing telecom siting preferences at the clubhouse within gated communities. So it basically still keeps the oversight of the city intact. The existing tools are easier to read and apply, and any discretionary review is required for substantive changes. So routine work such as ministerial changes where staff can approve it include like ordinary maintenance, in-kind repair, so irrigation, re-landscaping of areas that have already been landscaped. Those types of things are still ministerial. Where you look at architectural and landscape review, you're looking at design-oriented changes that are routed through the city's design review committee, and it's more design-focused on changes to the landscape or building modifications. But anything that was more substantive in nature, considering like new use or major modifications to the golf course itself, or maybe even the clubhouse facilities, including expansion, relocation, replacement, and conversion activities, they would be subject to a CUP process, which would involve Planning Commission review and City Council review. So in sum, staff is recommending that the council opens the public hearing, receives public testimony, close the public hearing, introduce the first reading of the ordinance, and find that the adoption of the proposed ordinance is not subject to the Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section CEQA section 1506B-3, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, that's a mouthful. What a very detailed presentation of hundreds of pages here that is, I'm sure is, in your mind, a much needed update to the code. Yes. Oh. Sorry about that. Thank you for the in-depth proposal, and I'm sure in your mind, after this so many 100-page proposal, that it's much needed to update the codes. Does anybody have any questions up here?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
Can you go back to the slide, John, where you have telecommunications facilities?
That's my question.
I think you passed it.
I did pass it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Go ahead and state your question. I guess I could try to answer that.
Sure, okay. So the way you phrased it, within the golf course recreation zone, telecommunications facilities can be sited, but the preference is at the clubhouse.
That's not just a preference, that's the development standards require that they be sited at the clubhouse or integrated into the clubhouse within the golf and recreation zone. If they're going to be proposed anywhere outside of that area, it would require a variance.
Okay, but they could be sited outside of the clubhouse area, somewhere within the golf course golf recreation zone.
Yes,
If
with
a variance
with the
is
variance
approved.
and the findings that
Got
come
it.
with the variance as well.
Okay. Would it be possible for a property owner to propose and have approved a change of zone to golf and recreation for the sole and exclusive purpose of siting a telecommunications facility?
Under the current ordinance, the capability is there, and under the proposed ordinance, that capability would be there as well.
Even though there's no golf or recreation amenity within the property that is the subject of the application for rezoning?
Correct. Telecommunication facilities within a gate-guarded community that has a clubhouse have the ability to locate a telecommunication facility through a conditional use process at the clubhouse facility. If they so choose to look at different options because that doesn't fit their need, they can certainly look at other areas within the same golf and recreation zone or propose a zone change to allow the golf and recreation zone to expand into that a parcel that isn't zoned currently golf and recreation, but it would require going through a conditional use permit, a zone change, and a variance, and all three of those things have specific findings that the council would have the discretion of either approving or denying the project.
So theoretically, a piece of property that is zoned residential could be rezoned to the golf and recreation zone to facilitate the placement of a telecommunications facility.
Again, I will affirmatively say that it could happen under the current ordinance and also the proposed ordinance. We're not changing that ability.
Okay, I've been a big proponent of doing this, and I'm the one that raised all the concerns about how the golf course overlay zone worked. But the way you've set it up, and I appreciate all the work you've done, but it just doesn't make sense to me that if a piece of property
Can I break in? This is questions. We're not into discussion yet.
I'm asking him a question.
Okay, all right.
It doesn't make sense to me that the city council can change a zone on a piece of property to golf and recreation when there's absolutely no underlying golf and recreation use that's going to be established on that property. Does that make sense to you?
I guess that's the impetus for allowing zone changes, is to allow a change of the zone, to allow a use that currently isn't allowed there to be
Okay.
prohibited. But again, under the discretionary review of the Planning Commission and City Council, and obviously the community that's affected.
I'll have more to say when we get to the
You have a question, Bruce?
Yeah, I have a question. Is there any way, anywhere in this new zoning overlay where the word pickleball appears?
Yes, certainly we've defined in general terms the types of, I guess, typical recreational country club uses, and we looked interior to what is currently permitted and developed here in the city. And so not only pickleball, but tennis and racquetball types of sports, badminton and those kind of things would be consistent with what we would view as country club recreational type uses.
So pickleball can be constructed and approved as a conditional use permit in the golf and recreation area now under the new proposed overlay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Is that new?
No, that's not new, because if you look at the history of approvals and what has been developed in the country clubs, pickleball is in 4 of the country clubs out of the 5.
So under as I understood the old overlay was stated to be coterminous with the golf course, correct?
That's correct for golf.
Meaning,
golf overlay.
Yeah, the golf overlay, which is now the golf. It's the same overlay, correct? Same geographical area.
We now are proposing to use a base zone instead of a phantom floating, hard to define overlay that just really didn't really have in my mind or in planning, it really doesn't have a purpose other than describing where the golf course exists within the golf and recreation zone. We do that through site plans, and we do that through conditional use permits.
So would this new overlay increase the areas where pickleball could be, and even onto the golf course now, instead of like on the practice areas or the parking lot? Under this new overlay, which is golf and recreation, theoretically a pickleball court could be on anywhere in that golf and recreation overlay. Is that correct?
It would be under a conditional use permit approval process through the Planning Commission and City Council to modify the existing conditional use permit to allow deviations or modifications to the golf course to allow something else like a recreational use there. So
Is that a yes or a no to my
That is a yes, but I'm describing how it has to go through a process. It just doesn't by right say you can do this and administratively get it approved through city.
Well, like any other
department.
conditional use permit, it has to go through the process.
Correct.
But theoretically,
Can I have Todd just opine on this just for a moment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. If the question is, will uses be allowed in any new places under the new base zone compared to the existing overlay, the answer is no. The sole purpose of this change is to clarify what is and is not allowed today. The overlay has caused some confusion because of the coterminous language in the past. But as John mentioned, nothing will change in terms of what's allowed where. We're just being more clear about that to avoid confusion over terms like coterminous. And the move from an overlay to a base zone gives us, creates fewer opportunities for confusion. It's more straightforward, it's more clear. Pickleball will be allowed in areas outside of the golf course, just like they are today under the overlay. And as evidenced by the many occasions in which pickleball has been approved in exactly this situation multiple times. So it is consistent with the historical interpretation and application of the overlay. That will not change. We just have a better language to achieve the same result. And of course, in a future amendment, the council could, as a policy choice, decide to change what the rules are. But this is really just a more straightforward way to regulate in the same way.
And so to clarify Bruce's question.
Is that a yes or a no?
Current golf course.
I lost track of the question.
A
Sorry.
current golf course designation can't just automatically change to pickleball or bocce ball.
That's correct.
That would require a planning approval and city council approval, et cetera.
That's right, it would require a CUP.
But you conversely, because that's a recreation as defined, you also couldn't put in a restaurant on a golf course because that's not consistent with the, unless it's a snack shack, that's not consistent with the new recreation, golf and recreation definition.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Okay?
I have a question, John. The intent for this 1,308 acres, am I correct with that number?
Correct.
Okay, is to redefine the golf overlay. Is there an intent there for, in the future, for this golf and recreation area to grow, to expand? Because I think that's a really important question, and that should be established now.
Yeah, I'll let the city attorney opine on that.
Mayor and council, that's an excellent question. The answer is yes. The answer is yes, but it's no different from the reality today. Today, someone can come in and apply for the golf course overlay to be applied to a new parcel. And just like someone after this change, if adopted, someone can come in and apply for the golf and resort base zone. Recreation, thank you. Golf and recreation base zone. It will be no different. Anybody can come in and apply for a zone change. That goes through a legislative process, and the 5 people up here have a lot of say because findings have to be made. Is it appropriate? Is it reasonable? Can we make these findings? Is it consistent with the general plan?
So has this actually changed anything?
No, that's the whole point. No, this is a clarifying change.
I guess I would say that it did enumerate more clearly what are typical golf course uses and what are and ancillary uses, and also what are in definition in the zoning code.
But those are not changes.
But they're not changes, and that is described generally in the general plan, but it was not described at all in the zoning ordinance. And so here we are just making it more clear and enumerating
And
those
consistent.
uses, being consistent and creating, consistency.
That's how I
between-
read this. Yeah. Are there any other questions from us before I head it out to public comment? All right. You may want to stay there. Any public comment on this particular matter? Yes. We do have a couple people that have raised their hands, and I would invite them down for a comment. Please don't forget to state your name, and you have
Good
30
afternoon,
seconds. I'm
Mayor
kidding.
and City Council, Rob Bernheimer, live here in Indian Wells. There is one difference between the golf course overlay and the new golf and recreation zone. You're eliminating the coterminous language. And I think if it's going to be a golf and recreation zone, that makes sense. You might want to build a pickleball court that's not coterminous with the golf course. So you don't need the coterminous language for that. However, in your telecommunications ordinance, you've kind of broadly said, we're okay with a cell tower that's coterminous with the golf course. So you're geographically limiting that. You're not saying some parcel on the other side of the club can be suitable for a cell tower. So by eliminating the coterminous language, somebody could come in, rezone a remote parcel to golf and recreation for no golf and recreation purpose at all, but solely because cell towers happen to be allowed in the golf and recreation zone. And that to me seems unfair to people who buy a house next to a vacant parcel thinking it's going to be open space or some other use. And now you're saying, well, we're going to rezone it golf and recreation, but we're only doing that because golf and recreation allows for cell towers. And this ordinance does change the language in the telecommunications ordinance from the golf course overlay to the golf and recreation zone. So I think adding a provision, and these, as we know from the reserve from 5 years ago, these things take years and hundreds of thousands of dollars and a lot of community sentiment. I think it could be a positive statement for the council to say, we're happy to rezone anything to golf and recreation, but it has to be for golf and recreation. You can't rezone it to golf and recreation for some other purpose other than golf and recreation. And that's a simple amendment to what you have before you today, that you can apply for a rezoning to golf and recreation, but the primary purpose of that should be for golf and recreation and not for some other use.
Thank you for your comment. I believe there's one more person that has a comment, or no? No? Okay, please, come on down. Okay.
March of the former mayors.
No, we don't talk about those things. Hi, how's everybody this afternoon?
You want to
Is
state
the
your name just
elephant
for
in the room here?
Can you state your name?
Douglas Hanson. Is the elephant in the room here the Indian Wells Country Club and their desire to create pickleball courts in the club, and the issue that we dealt with here a few months ago? And how does these changes, if someone will be kind enough to answer the question, does this allow the Indian Wells Country Club to build the pickleball courts that they wanted to build, or does it prevent them from building the pickleball courts that they wanted to build?
Mr. Hanson, who are you asking?
The ghost here in the chair.
John Berg.
I'm asking John, who gave the presentation here.
Okay.
The question, and that was it. Just
That's
the
your
question.
question?
I just wanted to know how this
Thank
proposal
you.
is going to affect the Indian Wells
Thank
Country
you.
Club
Thank you.
and its ability to build pickleball courts.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Attorney, that answer has been given, which is that you, just like previously, have to come and apply for a new pickleball court where there was a golf course or a parking lot, and it does not give any country club, let alone Indian Wells Country Club, the ability to just build a pickleball court with this motion being approved today. Is that correct?
That's correct. There would need to be other legislative approvals.
Thank you.
Or discretionary approvals.
All right, is there any other public comment? Okay, coming back to City Council, do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? All right, I'll move that we, for the purpose of discussion, approve as the recommendation of the city staff. Do I have a second? No? Okay, so we have I don't think there is a vote here, so we move on to our next agenda.
Well, I think it would be a good idea to explain to the planning director some deficiencies, not of his making, but deficiencies that we perceive that might result in something coming back to us in the short term.
Well, then, for the purposes of discussion only, I will second the motion so that we can discuss it.
Great. So look, if you think back to the public hearing when we considered pickleball at the Indian Wells Country Club, being a land use nerd, having practiced land use law for 49 years, my big problem was, much has been articulated by both John Berg and the city attorney, and that is we had this amorphous golf course overlay zone that prior city councils thought could be manipulated like an amoeba. In other words, without going through the zone change process, the city council could determine that the boundaries of the golf course overlay zone could shift magically. And I tried to point out that the planning and zoning law does not allow that. So for openers, I'm very, very satisfied with the direction this is going, and I think John Berg has done a great job. Finally, we'll have static boundaries for a golf and recreation zone. I voted against the pickleball application at the Indian Wells Country Club, largely on the basis that, in my professional view, outside of my role as a city council member, the zoning didn't work. And what John Berg has done is he has brought back a work product that makes it work. So pickleball can be, in my view, approved at the Indian Wells Country Club without the problem of having a very, very vulnerable decision that could be challenged by a resident who feels that he or she has been harmed by the presence of pickleball. What bothers me about this particular proposal is it allows somebody to rezone a piece of property to golf and recreation that has absolutely no golf and recreation purpose. And I just think that's inconsistent with what we ought to be doing here. You know, we're trying to clean up the zoning code, and if we're going to clean it up, let's do it in a way that makes sense. So I think with a few tweaks, if we send this back, it can come back maybe at the May meeting, and it'll be a better work product.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
I do. First of all, I'm wondering if it would be satisfactory, Greg, if we took out any language out of this zoning change to telecom at all, because we do have a separate telecom law that covers all of this. And I don't know that it's really necessary. Maybe it is, John. Is it really necessary to have the Chapter 21.48 section preserves existing telecom siting preferences at the clubhouse when we already have another telecom statute that specifically states the same thing? And so that's my first question.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitman. I would say that the changes to Chapter 2148 was just to strike out references to the golf course overlay and replace them with the golf and recreation zone. There was no substantive change other than that. It was just to replace the verbiage, if you will. And the same underlying premise of golf and recreation for telecom use exists today, as it will continue to exist whether you approve this or deny it.
I get it. But what my question is can you just, are we protected by the separate telecom statute that defines where a telecom, let's say, cell tower can go, by another statute, another zoning statute, where we wouldn't have to have anything in this? We could just take it out. I know it was there before, but we could just remove it and still have protections against somebody rezoning their house. I don't know if Greg intended to do that. I don't know if you have a deal in place.
No.
But you know, where you wouldn't even refer to this statute for telecom. It would just go directly to the telecom statute. Is that a reasonable way to resolve this issue of that Greg has properly brought up?
Right. So again, the only clarifying amendments to Chapter 2148 was changing the verbiage. So we're not changing anything there, but we do have to make the verbiage clear so that we're talking the same language between different chapters and sections of the code.
He's suggesting taking it out altogether.
And I don't know what that means, other than we didn't make it.
Means you just take it out.
Take it out,
address
but then we have to change the verbiage of the golf course overlay versus golf and recreation zone, because there's no such thing as a golf course overlay if we approve the ordinance as it's being proposed. But I would also say that under the current ordinance, under 2148, anybody could go to the perimeter of the golf course if they wanted to locate a telecom and say, my telecom facility would be better suited in this open space area that's conservation in the mountainside. And therefore, I want to change the zone into golf and recreation to facilitate that. So it's not just, there's unintended consequence here if you think it's just residential, the ability to change residential to golf and recreation. You're going to lose the ability to change other land uses to golf and recreation that may be really suitable for future telecom uses if we hamstring
Okay,
it
here's
this
a I have another question. I don't think we got the right answer to that one, but my other question is, and I guess I look at this a little bit differently. It seems to me that our old statute was very clear because it stated that the golf course overlay was coterminous with the golf course itself, and therefore recreation purposes would be allowed outside of the golf course overlay, other than golf, right?
That's correct.
And so now with this change, the entire golf course area, including all of the practice areas and everything else, they are now in the same golf course and recreation base zone. And therefore, the way I see this, now we're opening up the golf course to recreational uses other than golf. Because, I mean, I understand you have to go through zoning, you have to go through, but still, I mean, you are by definition allowing more uses of a golf course if somebody comes in and council wants to approve it.
I would, I guess, reply to that by saying the golf course overlay zone is malleable just as much as a site plan of a golf course is. And so if somebody wanted to modify their golf course to make a par 5 into a par 3 and add tennis on the remainder parcel, they can certainly do that, whether it's a golf course overlay designation or the golf and recreation zone. It's a CUP process that goes through the planning commission and then ultimately the city council for approval. So
So my earlier
that's not
question is
changing.
correct. It hasn't changed anything.
It doesn't change. Does not change that.
But just read the.
Well,
it's just a yeah. You're just redefining golf overlay to golf
and
recreation.
Yeah, we're restating the
And
allowable
create
uses.
static borders.
Exactly.
And nothing's been excluded. Nothing's
been excluded.
added.
Nothing's been added.
I do think Mr. Bernheimer raises an excellent point, though, about making sure that if we are to designate something recreation, golf and recreation, that it should be golf and recreation and not something else, like a telecommunications tower.
So we should take that out.
Maybe that could be a motion.
Excuse me, Mr. City Attorney?
Not a city councilman. But I just want to, I don't know if it helps the conversation at all, but if someone were to try, in Mr. Bernheimer's scenario, if someone were to try to apply either the golf course overlay or the golf resort base zone.
Golf recreation.
Thank you. I keep doing that. The golf and recreation base zone to a parcel, it would be a legislative approval. You would get to consider whether that change of zone is appropriate, if it's consistent with the purpose of the general plan, with the purpose of the zone. And a big part of that conversation, I'm sure, would be what golf and recreation will there be? And if the answer is none, just a cell tower, you would be well within your rights to say, go pound sand. So a lot of, maybe not. I mean, I don't know if you do agree with me, Mr. Sanders, but I do think that there is that level of safeguard built into the process. If you want something more express, we'd certainly be happy to work with staff to bring something back for your recommendation.
I think that would be a good idea. I mean, not only would you have a use, a telecommunications use in this case, that is really inconsistent with all of the other kinds of uses that go along with the golf and recreation zone, but once the zone change is made and the telecommunications facility is approved, then the residents might be subject to applications for tennis, swimming pools, pickleball courts, et cetera, et cetera. All of those uses that go with the golf and recreation zone travel with the zone change to the site that may be inconsistent with a whole lot of the surrounding uses.
Okay, so
That's the problem.
I guess the question is, do you have a particular, is the issue, is the telecommunications issue, or is it broader?
Well, it's just as I articulated it. It's broader.
Okay.
I just don't think we ought to be even considering isolated golf and recreation uses unless there's some sort of a master plan or something that makes it all make sense.
Okay.
This is an invitation to ad hoc kind of zoning that has frankly destroyed a lot of communities.
Okay. So are you suggesting that that this group go back and address the issue of, I guess, non-contiguous zoning of?
That's one of the issues, yes.
And is there any other issue that you can give them direction to so they can come back with this in a month or two?
I think we've laid it out pretty well here.
Okay. Telecommunications and non-contiguous.
I would just ask that, well, I guess I should state that the parcel that's of concern to Mr. Bernheimer is contiguous with the golf and recreation zone, and it was actually master planned as golf and recreation from the beginning of the conception of the, and I have documentation that I could show you that, but by using the word contiguous, this could be argued that it is contiguous because parcel does touch the golf and recreation zone on the golf course overlay.
John, I suggest that we use language instead of contiguous, next to, and instead of coterminous, the same boundaries, so that we have a plain English understanding and we don't have arguments endlessly over what they mean. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may suggest.
Please.
In order to expedite this discussion, perhaps one or two council members can serve, actually two council members can serve on an ad hoc to help provide some direction for both to go back to the planning commission if necessary and to bring back here to the city council at a later date.
Sure.
Okay, so let's do that.
You want to appoint them now? And
Yes.
then we'll move on.
Yes, Greg?
Can we also take a break?
Yes,
Thank you.
Greg, ad hoc committee?
Yeah, please.
And
Yeah,
Bruce, do you want to, or Brian? Okay, Bruce,
Okay.
Greg,
Yeah,
ad hoc committee. That, so do we need to vote on the ad hoc committee?
Yes.
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 So,
I vote yes.
yes?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye, okay. So we have an ad hoc committee to review the language.
Now to close the loop on this, I move we table item H4.
H4, no,
to
yes,
a-
H4. To a later date.
To a later date.
Okay.
I'll
All
s-
those in favor? Aye. All right, I've been asked vociferously for a 10-minute break, a bio break.
give you this back.
We'll be back at 3:40.
No, I'll take the.
Thank you.
I'll go.
was clearer before.
Bam, bam.
Here we go. Part 2. City council meeting April 16th, 3:40 p.m. We got to the letter I. Pretty exciting. All right.
Warp speed.
I-1. Review of resident 14-day tea time booking policy at Indian Wells. Mr.
Oh, this is
McCarthy,
nothing.
I believe you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This is our third review of the resident tea time booking policy at the Indian Wells Golf Resort. As you know, we started this in September of 2025, and we met again in January of 2026. During that discussion, the council came out with asking staff to evaluate the equity for the current 14-day booking policy and to see if there was any gaming going on, and to also determine if there were any modifications to be made. Now, I know you've read my staff report. We did an exhaustive amount of research with the Troon team, and the 14-day booking system works perfectly well. All the residents, as you can see by the bullet points there, have equal access to the booking window, the same release time, the same reservation process, so on and so forth. Staff is recommending that we make 2 recommendations today. First is to move to an online booking system. Currently, there are 3 ways to book tea times. Online is the one that has the largest number of folks, but we also have folks doing it in person, typically around 5:50 in the morning, every morning, and we also have done via telephonically. And the issue becomes, even though that we saw no evidence of any kind of gaming, there is a perception that if we bring a bag of donuts at 5:50 in the morning, maybe we'll get a preferred time. This recommendation simply eliminates all of that. All of the online booking also is electronic, so it's time-stamped and it's very consistent. One thing I'd mention is under the effect, I highlighted it in bold for you, is that since September, several council members have said that residents have approached them and said that the 6 a.m. booking time period is ridiculous. I'm not getting up that early to do that. We've heard those comments. An intended consequence of going to online booking only would be that the city council could have the opportunity to change the daily booking time from 6 a.m. to whatever they wanted, whether it was 9 a.m. or noon or 7 p.m. in the evening, what have you, with that. Our second recommendation, thank you, Madam Clerk. Our second, a lady's touch, I suspect. Our second we maybe went by one. Okay. I'm so sorry, everyone. Our second recommendation is that, and as ludicrous as this sounds, is to limit our residents to only booking 1 time per day. We do see this. It's not extensive, but it does happen from time to time where the same resident will book multiple times during a single day. The elimination of this looks at maintaining additional availability for those residents. It's something that we can implement, and it's something that we recommend. So the context then becomes, if the system is working well, what's going on? And one of the things that the City Council asked us to do is produce a usage context report. Now, there's 2 reports, 2 attachments in your staff report today that talk about it. But essentially, we have a very small amount of residents consuming a majority of those tee times. And just looking at that first bullet point, the top 13% of residents in those protected hours are consuming about 51% of the time. So then the context of the discussion shifts. It shifts from being, is the system working well? Yes, it is. To a policy discussion by the city council, looking at access. And since September, the city council has approached staff with a number of options to us consider. I will lay those out for you today. They are laid out in the staff report as well. And looking at that, council option number one. Council option number one places limitations on the number of times that residents can book during that protected period, that 14-day window of 7 a.m. through 12:50 p.m., right? And the idea there with that limitation is to expand resident access to actually more residents that can play during the protected period. Now, it doesn't permit or prohibit high-use residents who use the golf course on a regular basis. It doesn't prevent them from booking. It just changes that from 14 days to that 72-hour time frame where all the tee times open up for everybody. Option two is a resident-only protected hours, whether it's 7 a.m. to 12:50 p.m. or 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. That's part of your discussion. But what this tries to do is limit for those protected hours, whether it's 7 days a week or 4, whatever you decide you like to do, it limits those folks who can per se. So no guests, for instance, during these periods, limited to only residents being able to play during those protected tee times. Option 3 is a variant of option 1, and rather than going from 14 days limitation all the way to when the tee sheet opens up at 72 hours, it places a limit from 14 days to 7 days, and at that point it opens up. So all those high ciclet rate, high-end users of the golf course then can get all of the tee times that are available at 7 days out. And the idea here with this option is it tries to balance early access with broader resident participation to the extent they'll consume them, and then at that 7-day window, whomever else is on the tee sheet, all the other residents can fill the tee sheet. Option 4 is the first one that adds a tiered booking program. Now, don't get hung up on the numbers. They can change however you like, but this is the one that really establishes the first 30-day window, where the idea here is that residents would pay a premium to be able to book out 30 days on the golf course, right? So you have those high-end, high ciclet rate users who are kind of at that 14-day window. What I'm imagining as part of that council member discussion was booking at 30 days would be as me as a resident, maybe over the holiday period, I'm having my family come in. It's the only time they're come in from college or what have you. And I end up paying a little bit of a premium to be able to secure a 30-day booking time for them to be able to play. Again, this kind of distributes the tee time utilization to that period. The last option, council option number 5, creates a secondary golf cart. I call this, for me, I'm calling it kind of the concierge policy that extends the booking window. For example, it could be up to 30 days or even more. And under this plan, it would guarantee one tee time of up to 4 players, and it would also be concierge in the sense that direct booking through the golf shop, and that residents would pay a fee, whether it's $200 or $300 for each guaranteed time. So if they wanted a guaranteed tee time one time under this plan, it would be, say, for example, $200. If they wanted to guarantee 2 separate tee times, up to 4 players each, it would be $400 and so on and so forth. The nice part of this is it adds additional access as an additional option, and it also maintains the existing system that we have now. So those are the 5 council member options. Mr. Mayor, before I sign off, I would please recommend that we adopt staff's recommendation of those 2 options I previously mentioned. And of course, I'm available for any questions you have. Senior management is with me. And as you've seen earlier, we have a senior operations management from Troon who is available to answer any of those technical questions if you have them. With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do, but there may not be an answer to it. When the 14-day advance booking was decided upon by the city council, was there any magic to 14 days, or is that a time period that was pulled right out of the air?
Councilmember Sanders, I am not aware of anything specific about the 14-day date. I do have my colleagues here. If anyone knows, please come up. It's a very good question, sir.
I thought there would probably be no institutional.
Joe, you've been
memory.
around for a long time. Do you know? You want to come up?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Joe Williams, Director of Golf at the Indian Wells Golf Resort. The 14 days was implemented, I want to say, over 20 years ago, when play at the golf course wasn't as impacted, and when we decided to do away with what was called the old 10 play card and create the resident guest fee structure, that was when the policy changed to 14 days.
But where did 14 days come from? Who knows?
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
probably a council decision at that point.
Yeah.
And I have another question for you while you're up there. So I believe the 6 a.m. time frame that's been established was because it was earlier in the day, or first top of the day, let's put it that way, when the course was less, or when the activity at the club was less in the golf shop, pro shop, et cetera, which allowed for more handling of phone calls.
You're correct. It actually was at midnight on 14 days in advance, and it was requested to change to 6 a.m. so that it'd be more opportunities for residents. Also, where our call center at the time, which is located in Chicago before we're open, is more staffed than they were at midnight, which was 2 a.m. in Chicago.
All right, so got it. All right. Does anybody have any questions?
Same question. I mean, at that time when you made the 6 a.m. time, you were filling out a tee sheet by hand, weren't you?
Not at that point.
Not at that point? We
Yeah,
were doing it online?
that was once we had gone to a digital tee sheet, which has been quite a while. It's probably been 20 plus years as well. No, it was not. Not at that point. We weren't handwritten.
Anybody else have any questions before we send it out to public comment? Okay, thank you very much, Joe. Public comment. Does anybody have any comments?
Yes, we have several. So we'll start off with Byron Piro, followed by Dan Wimsat.
Byron, come on up. Don't forget to state your name.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, ladies and gentlemen. I've been a resident of the desert for quite some time, about 30 years. And I've been a resident of Palm Desert, played at Desert Willow, La Quinta, where I played Silver Rock, and then here at Indian Wells. It was here before the clubhouse was built, so I've been around for a while. I don't play golf as much as I used to, but the bottom line is when I saw how exquisite a property it was and how terrific the building was, how nice the staff was, I said, this is home. Now, I thought this was the best deal in the desert by a long ways. $35 to play a world class, which I would consider a world class situation, was beyond my wildest dreams. And I remember in the earlier days, there used to be a gangsome of guys that would, a little easier to get tee times there, and maybe 16 or 20 of us would go out and play and have a great time. But that's when things were lighter on the schedule. Yes, it got busy, but nothing like we see now. So I think it's interesting that, according to my numbers, about 82% of the people who buy a golf cart, you would think would be interested in playing golf, but they play less than 5 rounds a year, and that is a problem. So I like the online reservation system because I think it eliminates the confusion for the pro shop and for the phone calls that were coming in, gives everybody equal access. So I think that's a really good idea. The other thing that I think is a good idea is limiting the number of reservations you can make in a day, because somehow 50% was going to a very small 5% of the players were getting 50% of the tee times. So your reservation system and your access isn't the problem, it's availability of tee times is the problem. So we have to fix that somehow. And I think that if they could cherry pick and load up a bunch of things by the time you got to 6:01, there wasn't any times available for that day. So we need to fix that problem. And I thought you did a great job of explaining how few people take up so much time of the course. The other thing is, if this was a great deal 20 years ago at $35, it's incredibly a good deal now. So I used to go to Keaty's 20 years ago. A cup of coffee cost 50 cents. Today it's $4.15. So if the costs of coffee have gone up that much, how can the city be allowed to sell those 1/3 of those things at such a low price? I really think that needs to be adjusted, and I think that we need to get back to a cost structure that actually helps the golf course get enough income in to give it the kind of care that it needs.
Thank you. Your time's up. I appreciate your comments, and thank you for having the courage to stand in front of the mic. Next up, don't forget to state your name, please.
Don't start that yet. Gentlemen, Mayor, my name is Dan Wimsatt. I've been a resident for 8 months, and Indian Wells Golf Resort is our home course now for 4 years. I was the one lone soul in January who stood up and said, I think that potentially we could improve the status quo. And I feel that today. I want to talk about there's 3 problems, I think. It's not access, as the last speaker said, it's availability. I think that the discount off of rack rates has gotten quite a bit more than it was in the past. And unfortunately, the unintended consequence of that is we're taking a reputational hit on the players' course. It has nothing to do with Nick or Joe, but you can go through the post-play surveys, both from the outside play as well as our own residents. And part of that is a result of the $35, $50 policy that City Council has had for years. I just want to cut, and since I don't have a lot of time, I want to go to solution number 4, suggestion number 4. And this is as much for the people that I respect, my fellow residents behind me. Take a look at 4, because it's a pretty interesting thing, I think. Let's start with the 3-day window, or it's the 3 windows, the 30-day window. If you think about it,
Can you put that up if we're going to talk about it, tier 4 or 4 or whatever it is? We're going to talk about it.
do I get 10 more seconds?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll give you more time, but I think
Thanks.
it's better for you if it's up on the board.
Sure.
Better for us.
So, I think a lot of people in the room, and perhaps some of you, we still hear the issue, is there a problem with getting tee times? I have a lot of friends that have said, I have no problem getting a tee time. Take a look at this 30-day booking window. Just think about it for a minute. If there is no problem getting a tee time, nobody will ever use the 30-day window. right? Why would you pay $100 if you never had to? It's an important, I don't know if it'll be 10%, nothing, but I think the idea, you'll never have a resident go, I can't get a tea time, unless the 30-day bookings all fill up, but I don't think they will. The second thing I want to talk about, perhaps most importantly, is that daily walk-up. It's actually no longer a daily walk-up, it's a 3-day now, as we all know, and probably the best thing that's happened, and my hat's off to whoever you guys did that before waiting. It's a big deal, and I think Joe can talk to that. Last Friday, 6 days ago, I think you had, 100 residents playing on Friday morning, all with, most of them with the 3-day walk-up. Palm Desert, yeah. Palm Desert has 100,000 rounds. 20,000 of the rounds are resident rounds with 3 days, so it can be done. And just the kind of the final thing in there, you can match this. There's what is the annual rate? There is what about the guest rate? If you manage this properly, you could have a guest rate for family. There's a lot of things that you could do with this structure, so I hope you'll consider it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And just as a follow-up question to that, Joe, I believe the walk-up rate, meaning the day of, is 35, but 3 days out is still 50.
Correct.
Thank you.
3 days out at 6 a.m.
Yeah, fine. Just as a point of clarification. Is there a next person?
Yes, we have Martin Lax, followed by Eric Johnson.
Back again. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, I should say Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, council members, staff.
Please state your name again. Apologies.
Sorry?
Please state your name again.
Oh, sure. Martin Lax. The question hasn't really been answered, I don't think, as are residents not getting access? I don't hear that being a problem. So why are we messing it with it? I'm opposed to new restrictions or penalties on resident play. For example, if you have to cancel your time, why are we being penalized? We shouldn't be. Things happen in life, and believe me, someone will pick up the spot. So why are you going to do that? If someone abuses that, then fine. If they're making reservations and just to cancel them, sure, then they should be spoken to. So that's what should be considered. That's pretty much it. I just think that there was one more thing. Allowing someone to pay more to get a time as opposed to another resident who may not be able to afford it should not happen. And the reason you see so much walk-up play or last-minute play is because they don't want to pay the higher price. So not everyone is going to be a multimillionaire in this town. I know that we have that reputation, and we all have almost $1 million houses, if not more. But some of us are on fixed incomes. And so this is the recreation that we have, and this golf course represents our recreation, as opposed to other cities who have an amazing amount of recreation. Last point, when I raised my 3 children in this town, I was told that the golf course is our park. That was what we sacrificed, not having those amenities. So I think asking someone to pay more just because they can afford it and not afford it, that should not be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another comment? Oh, here we go.
My next. Yep. Hi. Mayor and council members, my name is Eric Johnson, home here in Indian Wells. Thanks again for the resident rate program, and it's I'm fully in support of it, and that's really what I'm here to say is I support it. My comment about all this is I'm not entirely certain. I can't quite figure out what the problem is that you're trying to solve, although I can imagine what it might be. I think the recent change to the 72-hour cancellation seems to make sense for those people that are planning to come 14 days out, so they book a tee time, but plans change, and so you don't make it. I think it helps the availability to require 3 days advance so that people can book it. Maybe that's all understood, but I'm gaining an understanding of that. And again, when I look at this program here, it occurs to me that it's the cancellation policy that ends up being the cure. If I book 30 days in advance, that may be fine, but if I can cancel, Once again, you've just blocked a tee time unless you cancel well enough in advance. So I'm not sure if I can figure it out, but I just worry about unintended consequences more than anything.
Sure.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments? That's it. Anybody else have any more comments? Okay. Back to council. All right, gentlemen, may I suggest that we maybe break this into two? One would be to vote on the recommendations by staff for fine-tuning the current booking process, all online, no phone calls, one booking tee time per day. Those are the two recommendations. And then we can have a discussion about fairness and availability of tee times. Do you agree with me, or would you like to?
Can I make the motion?
Yes.
For discussion purposes, I move that we accept the recommendation of our staff with two provisos. One is that, as I understand it, Kevin, the one time a day is during the protected period. If somebody wants to book at 7 o'clock and 2 o'clock, that would not be limited. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so
this
it's
is only
one
for those
time during
protected period.
7 to 1. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The other thing is if we go to all online booking, there's two things that I think we have to do and that I would propose that we do. One is we have to improve the website because it's not that easy to use. And secondly, we have to train or offer training or offer people who may not be that adept on the internet or on going to websites, and it's a little bit difficult to do the tee time online. And then we have older people who don't really use internet all the time, that we have some pretty good training if we do that. And so that everybody knows how to use it. And if they don't, if they can't, there's a place online for them to find it. There's a training online. So that would be my motion.
I'll second the motion if the maker of the motion would consider a discussion about the deadline for booking rather than 6 a.m. some other time of the day.
Absolutely.
Okay. Second the motion.
Okay. There's a discussion. Does anybody have any thoughts on this?
I do. So if you're limited, if your one resident is limited to a reservation for a foursome, and mind you, I'm not a golfer, I know just enough to be dangerous. If they have another group where you have two foursomes and they want to play, how are they going to achieve that if you can only make one reservation?
So, in other words, you're saying that, then somebody else, if there are 8 people playing golf,
right,
one person in Group A can make a reservation, and one person in Group B can make a reservation. And then they can book 2 contiguous times or close to contiguous.
Right, but they're not going to be guaranteed to play together because they.
In theory, I suppose that would be accurate. Yep.
I'm just throwing out
Yep.
what possibly could go wrong here.
Yep. That would be a potential consequence.
Yeah. So that is a concern. We don't want to limit our resident benefit to the golf course to our residents. I mean, this is the crux of our community. This is why people move here. So we really need to be mindful about the changes that we make and how fast we make them, because the unintended consequences can come like a deluge. So this needs to be done very thoughtfully.
I wonder if we could allow one person to make 2 tee times. If there's a family in town or something like that, would that solve it? Or
You mean one guy gets through and gets 8 of the 8 tee times?
2 foursomes.
2 foursomes.
That's 8 tee times.
8 individual tee times.
Or 8 individual. What?
That's happening. I have a question. Is that happening now?
That's a good question.
Can I go on my phone if it's available and book 2 foursomes on my resident benefit card?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have to tell, and I've never done this, do I have to divulge who's going with me? Who's playing?
Yes.
Yes. This was part of our recommendation
Okay.
as to why to go to, as Kevin had mentioned, the booking as online only.
Okay.
Because most of those situations are call-in or in-person.
Okay, and then when you do.
Hold on. Stay there.
When you do, so if I book the 8 tee times and I put in who's playing, and then we shall show up and there's only 2 of the names on there that were originated on that, then what happens?
If they are residents with a valid card, we'll simply change the name and the time has been prepaid. If they are not residents, we will up the charge to the $110 resident guest fee and charge the maker an extra $60 per person.
Okay, thank you.
Are they limited to 2? Can somebody come in and get all 88 at one time?
In theory, they could.
96.
Is it 96 or 88?
96.
12 tee times per day per course,
Wait,
which is
12 times
48 times 2.
96.
96, okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, so do we have any other questions?
So, I mean, I think what Brian is asking is, how often does that happen? Is that just an occasion where a family is in for Thanksgiving, or is this something that
No, that
happens
happens
quite
frequently.
a bit? It happens frequently?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not good.
As one of the speakers mentioned earlier, we had no restrictions and we had a golfing group that would book up to 4 or 5 foursomes and they'd have 16 to 20 residents play in that group. Since that has changed, obviously a lot of folks have gone. We still do have, like 6 or 8 guys that want to play together and they will do that.
Okay.
Stay there, Joe. Okay, so.
How did this escape your survey? I mean, were you aware of this, that somebody could come in and take all 96 things with one call?
That we are aware of. The restriction that we're talking about isn't what's being addressed right now. So the restriction we're talking about is having the same person, Kevin McCarthy, reserve a tee time at 8 in the morning, for example, and at 10 in the morning. That's what we're talking about with the doubling, or removing folks who are booking twice per day.
For themselves.
For themselves. So this issue, however often that happens, is not what staff is addressing
So
in the
in other words, you
recommendation.
would not prevent, just for clarity, the system would not prevent, if an individual called and said, I want to have 3 foursomes, and listed all the names when they made the booking, right? And everybody's unique in that. There are 12 different people listed. The system would still accommodate that according to your recommendation.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. So that's the answer to your question.
Thank you.
It allows you to
So
do
you-
what you want to do.
So you still can, okay.
You can book 2 foursomes.
Now explain
3
to me how this looks when you have online scheduling for tee times. But yet you're still allowing someone to walk up at 6 a.m. to play.
This is, go ahead.
And then let's just say you can't, let's just say the internet's having an issue or the platform is crashing or whatever, and you can't call. So now what happens?
So we haven't had that issue in the past, but by the situation, which is what promoted us to, or kind of sent us to the direction of online booking, is because things have gotten so busy. The other day I walked into the golf shop at 5:55 and there were 7 people waiting in line to book a tee time. I only have 2 agents at the desk, so they're going to start at 6 a.m. helping the first 2 individuals in line, and then you have 5 people behind them. By the time they finish those first 2 reservations, there's a pretty good chance that the majority of the tee times would be gone.
But the online booking would fix that.
Correct.
But-
And the other issue, if I would, Mr. Penna,
Sure.
is there was a perception that there could be favoritism. Maybe you're 5th in line. Hey, I'm here. Can you block me the 9 o'clock tee time? There was also a perception that people were bringing in gifts or goodies to get that preference from the staff. And as much as they haven't done anything like that, I don't want them to be in the crosshairs and be something that can compromise the system.
So how do you police, let's just say hypothetically, it's all online. You can't call, it's online. You still have the walk-up.
And I would be great with a one-day walk-up, being able to come inside.
But how do you police that issue or that situation when you have a bunch of people walking up saying, well, we still want to play? Because you're still allowing that face-to-face with the golfer.
Correct. So you mean like if there were 7 people in line and they're fifth and they come up, there will most likely still be tee times. They just might not be their desired tee time, which is kind of what we're facing with some of this. I know there's a lot of people that say they cannot get tee times, and I don't know that that's true. They cannot get the tee time that they're desiring, meaning we have plenty of room after the protected times at 1 o'clock many of the days. So there is opportunity to get tee times, and at that same light, they just have to be flexible in their scheduling. As far as, others that are, hey, too many people are playing too many times, well, what if I have an individual who plays at 6:30 every morning? Is that a desired tee time for the residents, or at 7? A lot of folks are going to say, I don't want to play at 7 in the morning. It's cold and it's too early. I want to play at 10. Well, there's a finite number of tee times that are available. And I don't sell a ton of 6:30 to 7 o'clock tee times to our hotel guests, nor our off-the-street folks that are paying $250 to $300 per round.
Okay, last question. So the current issue that we face today, does it rise to the level to make any changes?
Well, that's a policy decision.
Well, I'm asking him because he's the one taking the reservations. And let me rephrase it then. Are you seeing issue? Are there issues there that you would this is hard to explain.
Let me kind of stop you. The question that came about on January 15th is the system fair? And in my opinion, the system is fair.
Okay, then you answered my question.
That's a policy decision. I appreciate your professionalism, and I love the way you're running the show, but that is a policy decision. That really isn't fair or responsible for you to make that opinion.
I only kind of went off of what Kevin put on that first slide, which was basically, here's what we had found.
Okay.
But thank you for giving him the latitude, because I don't play golf.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to educate myself up here instead of being in his shoes at the golf.
Understood. And maybe
I have a question.
Hold on. Let me clarify just something that's been said here, right? So we are dealing, the whole purpose of this endeavor is equitable access. And I believe what you're referring to when you say, do you believe there's equitable access? The answer is yes, and I believe the recommendation of the staff is equitable access with some small changes that would make it more interesting, including potentially a later time at 6 a.m., which tends to be one of the lead complaints we get from people who are casual users. And then the other issue is fairness. Now, fairness is policy, right? And that's where I think Dana is correct, and we can talk about that in a minute. Dana, you had a question.
Yes, sir. If somebody gets on the phone and wants to book 12 people, how many of those 12 people have to be residents?
At least 3.
Okay, so
1 per foursome, right?
Okay, but the rest can be guests,
Yes,
non-residents.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank
pay the non-resident rate, or pay the
No, I
guest
understand.
rate.
Correct.
Money's not.
Yeah, yeah,
Money's
okay.
not the issue.
Yep.
Correct.
So of the 12 seats, or whatever we're calling them, that are reserved for residents, really only 3 of them are reserved for residents.
In that situation,
In that
yes.
situation. Thank you very much.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I do.
Please,
And,
Greg.
you'll all have to indulge me, because when it comes to technology, I do email, and that's about it. I'm really
Tom
kind of.
doesn't even do emails. You're one step ahead.
So I have a mental image of what's going on inside the computer that is taking the online reservations. And my mental image is, there's mice on a hamster on a wheel. There's a frenzy at 6 a.m. Is that accurate?
I would say the majority of our tea times for the resident slots are booked between 6 a.m. and 6:05.
So there's a frenzy.
I think that what occurs when you have one of the greatest deals in the world of golf today.
Yeah, no kidding. So if I'm trying to book, let's say, 3 foursomes, and the tee times are filling up, are they filling up as I'm typing in the names?
For sure.
So you better be a damn good typist and very fast at it.
I think the quicker you are, the better your opportunity.
Okay. That.
Because if you wait till 6:02, you're going to have lost some inventory.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question.
Thank you.
So can you sit on your laptop, computer, phone, whatever, and at 5:55 and get that ready to go, just where you hit the button and boom, you just took up whatever. You took up as many spots as you wanted to.
No, you can't select the slots. You can only queue in your information.
But you can't.
The slots will not come available until 6:00.
Okay, gotcha. So no.
But you can.
Right.
I'm
saying
at 5:59, you can enter your name.
Right, and then at
residence,
6, and then at 6,
correct. So that when 6
o'clock
comes,
1 second,
you're right
you enter
there.
the
then
slot.
you can. That's my
Yes.
point. Then you can get those.
Yes.
Okay, but you have to have 3 resident benefit cards to get anything. Okay, makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
So at 6 a.m, unless I've had about 4 cups of coffee and have been awake for at least an hour, I'm kind of at a severe disadvantage if I'm trying to make a tea time. And it just gets to the issue of whether 6 a.m. is appropriate or not.
Yeah, and so I did some studies, obviously, from the other neighboring golf courses and things like that. And the one that was something that Kevin has brought up is we can change that.
Yeah.
Desert Willow, which offers their residents a 3-day booking window, is actually a 3.5-day booking window. They allow the tee sheet to open at 7 p.m. 3.5 days in advance.
Yeah, I had
we
heard
can do
that.
something like that.
Yeah.
Silver Rock is, I want to say they're 5 a.m. I don't remember with the conversation I had with Randy there,
Oh my
but they're a
God.
very similar situation to us.
Wow.
Well, there's an idea.
Are
3
they
a.m.
14 days?
Let's start the booking at 3 a.m.
14 days?
No, sir.
What are they?
Desert Willow is 3.5 days. Silver Rock is 3 days.
All right. So, are there any other questions? So,
We have discussion, right? It's not for questions, we have discussion.
this is discussion.
Okay. So
There's a motion on the table.
Yeah, let me repeat the motion.
Okay.
That we accept the recommendation, that we have online only, that we have a training for people how to use the online only, that we improve the website so it's easier to maneuver, so it doesn't rely just on whose fingers are the fastest, if we can do that, and that we change the time from 6 a.m. to something more reasonable. I think that's, is that it?
Well,
that's
the
what
problem
that's
is-
what your motion is. Yes.
Yeah, that's the motion, and
Well, what time are you proposing?
Shall we suggest 8 a.m. as a place to start? Because we can always change it.
sure, 8 a.m. seems reasonable.
Okay.
And that we're not changing anything else
At this time?
at this time, on this motion.
Yeah.
But we are, and I am moving those things to be changes. But let me discuss also, yeah.
I would also like to suggest that if you're going to do that, you move the 3-day window where the available tee times come available, the unsold tee times come available at 6 a.m. To be
To 8
consistent,
a.m.
you might want to
8
move
a.m.
that to 8 a.m.
Yeah.
as well.
Okay, the 3-day window when they open up from the hotels would also be 8 a.m.
Okay.
And nothing else under this motion gets changed. It's been seconded, but I do have a few things
Do
other.
you want to vote?
He wants to add. Are you going to add anything more on this particular motion? Because I would like to vote on this.
No.
Bifurcated.
Yeah.
We bifurcate. Okay, so that
Right.
motion that's been
All
seconded,
right.
yes.
Call the question. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, second part of this conversation is the idea of a door A, B, C, or D, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would you like to, I believe you have comments on that, Bruce, which, council option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I do. Okay.
Yes.
Dana's been my colleague Dana has been asking for a review of this on the basis of equity for a long time. And I was very skeptical in the past, but I've looked at this myself now and listened to others, and I do think there's a problem. And the problem is that at 6 a.m., or now it's going to be 8 a.m., that there's, by 5 minutes later, all 96 of the protected tee times, or a large percentage of those, are gone. And so there's a lot of demand for those 96 tee times. So the problem, I think, is stated. But analogy to law, you can state a problem, but you have to have a cause proven before you can get a remedy. And the problem I think that we have here is that even though Troon and our staff have worked hard and they've come up with various remedies, we still don't know what the causation of the problem is. We don't know. Is it 10 people that are taking all the tee times? Is the fact that the top 13% get 51% of the tee times, is that why it's hard to get the tee times? Why is it hard? Is it just because we have too many people and too few tee times? I don't think we can solve that by any of these options. So I think we've skipped a step. We've stated a problem. We've asked for equity. We're stating some optional remedies, but nobody has shown the cause of that problem with any certainty yet. And I think it's very easy to prove that cause, but you have to do it mathematically, and you have to do it with the people that are getting those tee times and who are being refused those tee times. And I have two suggestions there. One is that Troon go back and tell us who's booking those tee times, how many tee times are they getting on a daily basis, are they during the protected period, and is that preventing other people from getting tee times in the protected period? Are there 96 tee times being taken by 10% or 13% of the people that prevent other people from getting protected tee times?
Don't we have those numbers?
We have the numbers, but we haven't done the math to show that those are the people that are protecting those tee times.
Oh, you'd think it's maybe different people.
What's the nexus? Yeah, what's the nexus?
So
the other thing is, and I got this from talking to my son last night about this, why not use AI? Why can't we use AI? This seems like a great issue for AI. We've got the data, but it takes a mathematical formula to figure out what the problem is, and it seems to me that this is perfect for AI. Now, I can't do it, but my son thinks that
Okay.
it would be easy to do. So
are those your 2 points at the moment?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We don't have the nexus.
Can I have a question for Joe on this subject? So, there's a very famous story of a German physicist who came to New York during World War II and was asked to analyze how to improve the airplanes because people were dying, planes were getting crashed, and everybody was looking at the planes that came back, and he pointed out, you're looking at the wrong data. The planes that don't come back. So the fact that there are tears in the wings and the planes are landing, wrong data. We got to fortify the rest of the plane because the wings will be able to fly. So in this particular instance, really the question is about the data. How do we have an idea of how many people log in, try and make a tee time, and drop off?
Do not.
Okay, that's because this question has been asked, and we've gone down this road, but currently we don't have that data. So we don't have the ability to analyze this data. Excuse me, 1 second. What we do have is a lot of hearsay from, not hearsay, people walking up to us, me included, you've tried to get tee times for foursomes, you can't, so you drop off. I do too. I have the ability to play a different golf course, so I don't play here. But a lot of people don't have that ability. Now, so you were going to make a comment.
I forgot.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Joe while he's up there?
No, just picking up on a comment that Joe made, and it gets to your point, Councilmember Whitman. I mean, the real crux of the problem is we just don't have enough preferred tee times to satisfy the demand. That's readily apparent to me. And so you ask yourself why? Well, it's the best deal going. And so, unfortunately, we have a tee sheet that divides the times into 3 parts, and, we have to live with that. And we certainly don't want to take tee times away from the public, because the revenues that we produce from those tee times is what really feeds the golf course in terms of the finances. So we can't sacrifice those. So we're stuck with a classic Adam Smith supply and demand situation. And what if it was Adam Smith, several hundred years ago, what he would say is, you just charge more money, but there doesn't seem to be the sentiment to do that. So we're at $35 off season, $50 during season for tee times that are worth $200 to $350. That's the problem, and
I think one way of addressing that, if I may, because you make a good point, is proposal number 4, and I think it's something we should try for a season, and we can always pull it back. It does not change anything. It allows for a 35-day walk-up. Day of rate, a $50 14-day rate, and then I would add a $75 21-day rate and a $100 30-day or 31-day rate to see if that would encourage more people to book tee times that are residents of Indian Wells who are trying to get a foursome on a weekend in a prime slot, because that goes exactly to what you're trying to talk about here. And we've had several proposals of residents come in who are golfers that have suggested increasing the tee times, the prices on the 14-day, on the walk day. We've heard from a lot of residents that they're concerned about the current rates. But I think we're not here to change the rates today as is, the 35 and the 50. But I would advocate that we try a 21 and 30-day time of 75 and 100 for a year. We can always pull it back.
Can I add one thing to that? I don't think that that's a bad suggestion, but there is a loophole to that. You may want to make those tee times non-cancelable.
There you go.
Because there will be times where people cancel and then have
to
a
get
friend
the lower rate.
book.
Yep.
Correct.
So we can make them non-cancelable.
You say non-cancelable. What you mean is you just forfeit your money.
Yes.
If you don't show up.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you forfeiting the green fee and the $100?
No, the green fee is $100. That's what that is.
Okay.
So you'd book at $100. So if you have a foursome, that's $400. Put your credit card in, and boom, that's it. You got to show up.
Okay, so if equity is the issue, I can't think of anything less equitable, more inequitable than allowing people to buy their way onto the golf course with more money.
Totally agree. Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
It's my turn yet?
Yeah, Dana, please.
All right. First of all, I totally agree with you. I can't imagine our being able to charge $100. Never mind, doesn't matter. There are 96 slots a day, which come out to about 2,800 slots a month. And we have, 2,500 people who who paid $50 a year for golf units. So the numbers are...
About 1,200 use them.
Exactly. But so we've got 2,500 people that want to play golf, and we have around 2,800 available slots. The most equitable, easiest, simplest way of handling this is to let everybody, with whether you have a 30-day booking or a 14-day booking, it doesn't matter, as long as or a 3-day booking, as apparently is in our two neighboring cities. It doesn't matter. Every single person gets one spot a month, period. And that's it. And unless there are plenty that are left over at the last 3 days. If the people have not used them and 3 days before they're still available, then fine, it's completely open along with all of the other ones that are open from the hotels. But the idea of somebody being able to take 3, 4, 5 bites of the apple means that there are 3, 4, 5 people that can't take the bite of the apple because there are a finite number of apples, and it is so it's like if there are tickets or whatever, everyone gets one until everyone who wants one gets one, and then if there are any left over at the end, fine, then you can get 2, 3, or 4.
Got it. And
they are residents only, no guests. This is our private golf club for the residents. This is not the 96 slots are not public slots. They are for the residents. And for somebody to be able to come in and get 12 spots and only have 3 residents, that totally destroys the whole idea of what's best for the residents. And so it's really simple. We have to limit on a monthly basis the number of times that people can use their $50 rate, except for the last 3 days. And if whatever's left over, then it's freewheeling.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond
Yes,
to
please.
that? The problem with that is we have 2,600 people, 2,700 maybe, who buy a golf cart for $50. If they want to play one time that year, they have benefited. They have had a resident benefit of $200 for playing that one time.
Or more.
And we don't have the data of knowing whether they want to play more than one time. But they're getting a great deal anyway to just play one time. So you're assuming that everybody who buys a golf cart wants to play once a month.
No.
There's no evidence of that.
I'm not assuming that at all. I'm saying if they don't use it, then the last 3 days, it's open to any other resident.
No, but we're talking about policy here. We're talking about an equity argument. Your policy, your decision that people can only have a limited number of tee times at the resident rate assumes that there are a lot of people who want those tee times because they've bought the golf cart. And that is not, we don't have data to support that.
But the bottom line is if they don't use it, it is available 72 hours before the event.
Well,
it's not like it goes to waste. It's not like they're going to be an empty golf course. They're available
well, we don't know
72 hours ahead.
So we don't know that. I mean, the people that are booking 14 days in advance. I will say, too, that if you look at the analysis, these golfers, this 51% of the tee times support this golf resort to the tune of about $500,000. That's what they pay to play golf here, and they're getting it at a reduced rate, but it's still a base and a foundation of our golf resorts business. And if we turn them away, we don't know whether anybody else is going to play. We have no idea.
We're not turning them away. They can go 72 hours before the event. They can play as often as they want. They can play every single day if they wait, and if there's anything available 72 hours before.
That only answers part of the problem.
Okay, all right. Okay. So let's sounds to me like we don't have a consensus to be able to vote on taking even an action, temporary action of a 1 year. There's no motion for any option 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 here. I think it's a different issue to talk about raising rates It's not an equitable issue. It's not, a fairness issue. The issue of raising rates from $50 to $60, $75 for everyone is an issue of, policy, probably a vote by the city. But, I think that because you have a situation where there are less workers working on the golf course today than there were 10 years ago, because people are Troon is trying to hit their budget, which is great. The golf course in the redesign, sand traps are made simpler so that they can be raked with a machine versus by hand. And there are, there's less flowers on the golf courses to make them look beautiful. So you're talking about, we're going with kind of a dry grass look, a brown grass look versus a green grass look. Green grass is $500,000. We have $500,000 less in personnel that we should be adding to the golf course. So you're talking about like $1.5 million here that we're not investing in the golf course. And that's a different issue, I think, than what we have come to the council with, which is to talk about, equitable access to tee times or fairness. I actually would advocate that experimenting with, a staggered tee time, a tiered tee time, we'd be able to understand whether more people would have access. But I don't think I have enough votes on the council to get that through. So let's table this conversation for a later date, and we already have a motion that has passed. Are we in agreement with that?
Yes, I so move, or you so move, and I second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, here we go. So now we're talking about safer streets, ladies and gentlemen. Safer Streets, Indian Wells approval of 30% design plans. Dean, Public Works Director Purvis, please take the stand. Joe, please let Ms. Purvis by. Sorry. Excuse me?
You can smack.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Taylor, council members, and residents. Dina Purvis, your Public Works Director. I'm very excited to present to you today the 30% plans for the Safer Streets design.
Please keep it down out there.
A quick recap of how we got here today. At the June 10th, 2025 council meeting, council approved the improvement layouts that you will see today and directed staff to return to council with plans at the 30% design phase. Council also directed staff to combine the original two-phase project into a single phase. These plans reflect that direction. In addition, speed surveys were conducted and shared at the December 2nd, 2025 meeting. Key points to that meeting were the highest speeding frequency occurring on El Dorado Drive and Cook Street having the highest volume of vehicles. What you will see today are engineered plans created as we progress through the design phases. Today we are beyond the concept stage in which you saw the prettier pictures. Those concept plans told us what the people wanted, and these plans help us ensure that everything desired from the community meetings and resident feedback will fit. As design progressed, slight accommodations were made to keep the project on brand and incorporate safety concerns. Above ground utilities will be relocated where possible, crosswalks constructed out of pavers, turn lanes improved to accommodate commercial vehicles. We'll lengthen merge tapers and make landscape accommodations. Specific to Fairway, where additional right-of-way is necessary to accommodate a meandering sidewalk, conversations were held to help foster understanding of the final project and ensure clarity where the city's needs were concerned. Staff have found willing partners in this endeavor and will continue to work with both entities along Fairway in the upcoming months. It is expected that a vote of the membership for each HOA may be required. Now I'm going to spend a brief amount of time on each page, walking through the improvements that were approved for design back in June. All of the pages of the plans are attached to the staff report, but the pages that you see in the presentation today are the layout pages only. You won't see any green paint here either, just white. Starting here at the corner of Cook Street and Fairway Drive, which is up here, some realignment was done to better balance the intersection. You'll also notice that the sidewalk starts a bit straight as the layout gives space to the Vintage neighborhood's landscaped frontage. Care was taken not to affect any of the palm trees in that grove. The meandering walkway continues along Fairway. The approved changes to Fairway included a 6-foot meandering walkway constructed of colored permeable concrete and striping on Fairway for a parking lane on the north side, 1 lane of traffic in each direction, and an 8-foot combination bike golf cart lane. I have been asked questions about how all of this would fit. In this particular portion of the layout, the curb line as it is today would move south an average of 4 feet. Ooh. So the double dash line that you see at the bottom, the heavy line, that's the proposed right-of-way. The heavier line above that, that's with no dashes, that is where the new curb line would be. That line is south 4 feet of where the curb is today. Another popular question has been poop bag stations for dogs. They would be relocated closer to the walkway.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome. Another popular question is, what about the areas near the pump station walls? The walkway still fits within a meandering walkway design near the pump stations. It just doesn't want to stick with me today. Sort of in the middle of the first, of the upper image there, you'll see a pump station wall. There's 3 circles there. And then on the lower one, it's a little to the right of Paradise Valley Road on that south side is the other pump station wall. I would like to point out that on the north side of the street, there is no impact or any changes to resident driveways. Continuing along Fairway, we see the treatment of driveway approaches, and I'm talking about on the south side now. Widening of this driveway approach that you see in the left lower corner will allow vehicles to both ingress and egress at the same time, helping to alleviate vehicle stacking on Fairway. As we come to the end of Fairway, we pass the El Dorado entrance on our way to Fairway Park. There is a slight realignment proposed to the striping at the El Dorado Fairway Drive intersection as well, encouraging full stops at this intersection. So now I'm moving on to Cook Street. This is Fairway here, and this is Cook going this way. Cook Street was approved with a road diet, meaning reducing travel lanes from 2 to 1. Improvements also include a 6-foot meandering sidewalk on both sides of the street and an 8-foot combination bike golf cart lane with a 2-foot buffer. As we move along Cook Street, we can see that the meandering sidewalk fits within the existing right-of-way and turn pockets are maintained into the communities on each side. The road diet ends here, returning vehicles to 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. Once we are cleared to move ahead today, staff will reach out to the new center owner to discuss the ingress and egress to this very busy area of the shopping center. Moving on to Rancho Palmeras. This is the simplest of the improvements with striping for 1 lane of traffic in each direction and a combination 8-foot bike golf cart lane. Also approved on Rancho Palmeras was a right turn and left turn pocket into Casa Dorado. And if approved to move forward today, staff will work closely with the representatives of that neighborhood to facilitate design completion. As this is the simplest of the improvements, staff could move completion of these plans ahead of the others if so desired. And this is the right turn pocket here into El Dorado. So this is northbound Rancho Palmeras. And then this is the left turn pocket from southbound Rancho Palmeras into the community. Creation of that left turn pocket that I just pointed at will require removal of one palm tree. The improvements on Rancho Palmeras end at Highway 111. Lastly is El Dorado Drive. The approved El Dorado Drive improvements include striping a combination 8-foot bicycle golf cart lane in each direction and retaining 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. Pretty simple. It continues along El Dorado Drive. We're passing Osage there at the top. Also approved was a meandering sidewalk from Highway 111 to Camino Cielo on the west side of El Dorado, terminating at the entrance of the Sundance community. It would very closely mirror the sidewalk that's in front of Montelena. In addition, the requested northbound right turn pocket will fit at the intersection of Highway 111 and El Dorado, so that's this right here. And it goes all the way to the crosswalk. Going back for a moment to the speed data that was collected last year, you will recall that El Dorado had the highest incidence of speeders. So I was asked if a sidewalk could fit on El Dorado to remove pedestrians from the asphalt. And that answer is yes, a sidewalk can fit. There is room enough to install a sidewalk from the existing curb out into what is now the shoulder and still maintain 2 lanes. There is also room to expand the landscaping area on both sides. Reducing 2 lanes to 1 in each direction is one way to reduce speeds on this street. This particular example only shows the west side of El Dorado, but the same can happen on the east side. As just a personal anecdote, in casual discussions with residents, a number of people have approached me about having a walkway on El Dorado. And that's just an extension of that. So a quick recap on the money. We currently have $3.4 million in approved funding through 2 programs, SB 821 and HSIP. We have also applied for CMAQ and did receive a recommended rating on the contingency list for approximately $9 million. So what that means is that if someone higher up on the approval list has a project that doesn't go, we are already approved for that funding. We are also applying for this year's cycle of ATP funding. I have been asked how much it would be to just pave the 4 streets. While that number is a moving target right now due to fluctuating fuel and oil prices, $3 million is the most current estimate from the design engineer. The most current cost estimate for all of the project together, as you see layout on these 30% plans, is just under $8 million. After the surveying was completed, it was determined that Fairway was the only street that required right-of-way. With approval today, staff will be moving ahead with conversations with all frontage-affected property owners. Landscaping meetings will be scheduled with efforts made to speak with HOA groups while they are in residence. Staff will also move forward with completing right-of-way negotiations. Plans for Fairway would not move beyond the 30% stage until consensus has been reached by all parties. Moving ahead with that design without the consensus opens the city to design cost increases if changes are required. Depending on today's outcome, there certainly are streets with simpler improvements whose timeline for construction could be moved ahead. The recommendation today is to review and approve the proposed 30% design plans, or recommend any additional changes to the proposed design to advance the project forward to completion. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Dean?
I have 2,
Okay.
if I may.
Greg, please.
Can you put the Fairway Street up again?
Any particular area?
Yeah, the whole thing. Right, there you go. Okay, can you show us where the property line is between El Dorado Country Club and the Vintage?
Green dot on the big screen?
Roughly over here. The green dot is on the big screen here.
It also shows up on the little screen.
Does it really?
Yeah, amazing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
So
it's roughly right around here.
Right at Cielito.
So I need the full street all the way to Cook.
I only have that in the beginning one with all four, like this.
Okay, that doesn't work. Go back to the section that shows just the vintage frontage.
At their entrance?
Yes. Okay. How much of the sidewalk is inside the existing vintage right, or the existing city right-of-way?
Here, a very small amount.
Okay. Only where
So
it's
this heavier
close-
line here
Yeah.
shows you where we would like to have right of way. This shorter line here, or lighter line here, shows you where the existing right of way is. So this area is currently owned by the city. This area is not.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then can you go to El Dorado?
The country club or the city street?
The street, thank you. So you mentioned a golf cart lane. I didn't hear you mention a pedestrian area in the street.
You talking about painting or sidewalks?
Painting.
So I did not mention a pedestrian area in the street for the project. It is where people walk now, but it is not, there will be no pictures of people painted on the street with the golf and bike cart lane.
So there's no separate striped area for pedestrians to walk?
No, sir.
Okay, just a comment, to me, that's not consistent with safer streets, but I'll get to that later. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, isn't that why you suggest possibility of putting in a
Sidewalk.
sidewalk?
Yes, sir.
Because of that.
But exactly, and so I'll get to it later.
All right. Any other questions?
I do. So we now have to be ADA compliant with Fairway Park.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, if you don't have ingress or egress or a sidewalk, we'll be in compliance, but with no access, unless because there's no parking there. You can't park on. I mean, you can park on the street, but maybe a few cars. But if you're going to use the park as is intended, and there's not a sidewalk there to get to it, and you are in a wheelchair,
So if you
it does
are,
complicate it.
as the plans are currently approved, if you are looking for ADA access from the south side of Fairway Drive, you will be able to take a pedestrian surface that you can roll on
Okay.
across the street, and there will be ADA ramps to get you to the park.
But only from Fairway Drive.
Only from Fairway
not-
Drive as we show
And
here.
not Fairway Drive East, and not El Dorado as it's in its current state, as you have presented here.
Correct.
Any other questions?
If we approve this plan today, will you be able to get started?
I will return to design very quickly.
Thank you.
And get it moved for you.
So the other point that I think is worth emphasizing publicly is that if we were to repave these streets and not do any sidewalks, that would cost about $4 million.
The last estimate I got from the engineer this morning, the design engineer, was $3 million.
Okay, so if we did, $3 million, and then we have $4 million in grants, roughly, going
We
back to the
have
financing page.
3.4 right now, and that money is specific to
Right.
improvements.
So that's 6.4, right? And so
Yes.
you're talking about another $1.5 million to build sidewalks on Cook, Fairway, and El Dorado, or is El Dorado not included in that 7.9 number?
El Dorado is not included in
And so
that
if we
7.9.
included El Dorado, what would that be? 9 million?
Probably another $1 million.
Yeah. Okay.
So if I could clarify, the 3.4,
Yep.
the grants approved,
Yep.
are for improvements like sidewalk, like bike lanes. They are
Right.
not for,
For
for
paving.
paving.
Correct. Okay, got it. And then the grants that have been approved expire, I believe,
They certainly will.
by the end of this year?
We have just requested an extension to 2028.
Okay,
The first ones expire in 2027.
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Brian?
Mr. McCarthy, how much money do we have set aside for paving that's already earmarked for if we did nothing? Besides fix the deferred maintenance that we have in front of us today?
3.5 million? Or 3 million? 4 million?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, Mayor Pro Tem Penna, would you repeat your question? I was doing some work.
Yes,
City
my
manager.
question is we've prepared for the deferred maintenance on the streets, Fairway, Rancho Palmeros, and Cook. How much money do we have earmarked to date for those projects if we did not move forward with safer streets?
So what we have earmarked in your city budget currently adopted is $7,550,000. Of that, $5,250,000 of that is funded through the city cash program, our funds. And currently, we have essentially $2.3 million that was grants at the time. Now, Ms. Purvis just mentioned, since this was adopted, she's been a miracle worker, I would suggest, and getting additional grant funds for that, which will help to lower our city portion of the cost. But generally speaking, you have 7.7 million.
Okay,
7.5
so
million.
without getting my calculator out, it appears that we're very close to budget if we move forward with safer streets.
You mean funding 100%?
Funding it, funding it 100%.
Yeah.
Not only are we very close to budget, I would say that Ms. Purvis has done a far better job than what this is original plan, because we're using more grant money than what we anticipated.
Okay, thank you.
That needs to be said.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, my question is that for that $7.7 million that we have earmarked for repaving or for deferred maintenance, is that only for the 4 streets that we're talking about now, or does that include other streets?
No, that's specifically for
those 4
the
streets.
Street program, yeah.
Okay,
Safer
thank you.
streets.
Any other
have one more
questions?
question.
Please.
The estimate, just kind of spitballing, for a sidewalk on El Dorado is $1 million. Again, right off the top of your head, how much would it cost to extend the landscaping on each side and put the sidewalk in the extended landscaping on the west side?
The cost is minimal there because you are already expanding for the sidewalk. So the landscaping will fit where you have expanded for your sidewalk.
But you'll have to put in new curb on each
Yes,
side.
but you would with sidewalk anyway. Because the intent is to move it out into the travel lanes.
So landscaping is really the added cost.
Is that a yes?
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. Anybody else have any
Yeah,
questions?
do we then have a crosswalk across Osage?
No,
If there's
these
a
plans
sidewalk
do
on
not
the,
include a crosswalk at Osage.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, my next question is in 3 months, correct me if I'm wrong, we had 100,000 cars on Fairway Drive. Is it 92,000? Does that sound about right? It's roughly 30 to 36,000.
I want to say it was about 30,000
Okay.
January, February, and
Okay.
March.
So if we're doing road, right now it's presented, road diet is on Cook.
Yes.
One lane on both sides. And with that amount of volume, that volume will not use Cook, probably not use Cook because it's going to be on a road diet. It will all funnel down to El Dorado. So if we do nothing with El Dorado as far as a road diet, we're not going to mitigate any of this volume that we're experiencing now or future mitigation.
Certainly, when we did our volume study in September, we took counts on all those side roads because we understood that whatever changes may be made, with this project, it's going to change how people drive. So we want to be able to compare what happens in the future to what happened before.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? I think we're good. So let's open up to public comment. Do we have public comment?
Yes, I have one. Martin Lax.
Martin Lax, number 3 appearance today. Come on down. Come on, there's got to be other comments in here on safer streets.
I can wear a different hat, but Martin Lax on Via Corona, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Several points. First, let's just say something that's off my script. Earlier this afternoon, we heard from Deputy, I didn't catch his last name, speed's not an issue. How many times do I have to say that? And maybe I have to put on an outfit for you to believe it, but it's the case. And what happened in December, that wasn't a report showing it that speed. That was an incomplete report, if you remember what happened in December. But let me just get to my points. As far as the crosswalks, I think that whatever crosswalks the city does with the country clubs, they should do it in the ungated areas as well. So we have symmetry and it looks right and so on and so forth. I don't like the striping. The striping looks terrible. So since we're talking about paving, I am concerned about drainage. And there's been no sort of overall thinking about these kind of issues. My lot on Via Corona collects a lot of water on any regular rain. And during that big tropical storm we had, it was horrible. I mean, we were dumping trash barrels filled with water. I actually put gutters and divert the water as much as I can across the side of my house. Still, the water gets up to my patio. And it's not just me, it's also my neighbor. Some of us have put sump pumps. So whatever we do on El Dorado in terms of paving and whatever else we do there, let's think about drainage, and probably not just on my street, but other streets too. Came to me that when you're talking about the road diet on Cook, you're going to funnel the traffic down Fairway, down El Dorado. It's been terrible lately. I think that all 3 streets should be single lane. And since we talked about, we hear sidewalk, I can't tell you how much I'm against it. Not everyone is, but I am, and I know many others are. And we went through what, Councilmember Whitman, 28?
This is our
30. 30, wonderful.
But who's counting?
But who's counting? So, sidewalk has been debated, discussed, and we're against it.
Any other comments? Thank you very much for your insights. All right. Does anybody else? Yes, we have another comment. Please come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy Maxwell, and I'm a homeowner and live in the Cove at Indian Wells off of Cook Street, also a homeowner in Dorado Villas and a board member of the Dorado Villas HOA. I'm really pleased we've come to this point, and I'm hoping that you will all vote yes in favor of this good decision. I think it's all about improving the quality of life. We have a lot of folks here in the lovely weather that we have that enjoy walking, and it's good for their health. And, when you started this project, we kind of started even watching more and more, and you see how many people really are, walking and enjoying a walk, people of all ages. And I want to make sure that we are sharing the road with people that walk, and they can walk safely. So the pedestrian access with sidewalks, especially on Cook Street and Fairway, with the volume of cars that come there, is a really important decision. And again, it really is about quality of life. And I think it's a great investment. I think it's good for our property values, and it's good for the lifestyle we want to attract here in the reason people live here, which is to be outside. So thank you very much for, I'm hoping, a decision that you will all make.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any public comment, whether you've put a blue slip or not in? Okay. Now we bring it back for a motion. Does anybody have a motion?
I have a motion.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
Before we get to a motion.
A motion creates
And
deliberation.
this is for our Public Works Director. So along a stretch of the west side of El Dorado, there's a fairly significant elevation change between the street, then the landscaping, and then the elevation of the lots that back up to that portion of El Dorado. And you don't have to be a geotechnical engineer to observe that there's a lot of erosion going on to the point where at some point the block walls along that stretch of El Dorado are going to be undermined and those walls will be in danger of collapse. So in connection with, let's say, putting in a sidewalk, would you consider putting a retaining wall there to protect the integrity of those lots?
The cost that I quoted today does include retaining wall.
It does?
Yes.
That's excellent.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have one question. The pavement, is it going to be a repaving or are you going to slurry? Sorry, important question.
3 out of the 4 streets will require grind and overlay. El Dorado is in good enough shape for slurry.
Oh,
aren't you lucky?
That's too bad.
I have a question.
Please.
Will bicycles be prohibited on the sidewalks?
The walkway path's width was made 6 feet to discourage bicycles from being on the pathway.
But can we prohibit bicycles on, are we allowed, maybe this is a legal
That's a policy
question,
issue.
Or a legal question, first of all.
Legal, yeah.
First of all, are we allowed to prohibit bicycles on sidewalks?
Mayor and council, I defer to the sheriff. I think they know when they can give a ticket and when they can't.
The sheriff has left the building.
And they left the building, so there goes my scapegoat.
Okay, just, fine.
I think we talked about this earlier today in a separate meeting, and I believe the answer is bicycles are not allowed on sidewalks, but there is a unwritten policy of not citing tickets for bicyclists who bicycle on sidewalks. Okay? All right. So, do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to propose a motion. My motion is to accept as presented Cook, to accept as presented Fairway Drive, to accept as presented Rancho Palmares, and to accept El Dorado with some changes. The changes I would like to add to this motion are to bring it down to 1 lane each way, all the way to Osage, extend the curb out away from the east side and add landscaping and drainage. On the west side, add a meandering sidewalk that will connect to Fairway Park and go all the way down El Dorado to connects to where Sundance is. Include the retaining wall, and that curb will be extended out away from the west side to give those residents a buffer. And then additionally, all of the crosswalks to have decorative paving.
Do I have a second for that?
Second the motion.
All the crosswalks to have decorative paving to match the entrance on Cook at the shopping center all the way up to Vintage, and then so those are all matching.
So all crosswalks would be consistent?
Yes.
Pavers, yeah.
Has it been moved and seconded?
It has been.
Okay. I cannot, at this point, even remotely agree to a 1 lane in each direction on El Dorado. We're talking about El Dorado, right?
Yes.
Okay. The traffic right now is getting larger and larger and larger every month, at least, anyway. I'm sure it'll back off at the summertime. In 1 lane, you're not going to be able to get through 111 with 1 circle of light. I mean, you got to have more. You can't have 1 lane.
May I interrupt you for 1 second? The 1 lane will end at Osage and open up after Osage. So you're only right now. It's almost. It's right now. It's 1 lane, basically halfway down. So it's just a little bit more. So you're going to take the 1 lane from Fairway Drive to Osage, and then it will open up to 2 lanes again. So it won't disrupt Sundance or Montalena.
So I believe your concerns have been met.
If it's not going to go the whole way, why do it at all?
Because we're trying to mitigate all the volume that we have now.
Well, the volume will be mitigated if we have no commercial vehicles on Fairway and enforce it. I mean, at least half of the vehicles, well, that's an exaggeration. A third of the vehicles are commercial vehicles.
I totally agree with you.
And if we eliminate that, that's a third gone. It's just,
Well, we've been at this, I mean, for the better of 3.5 years. And with all the data and all the community outreach and all the meetings, and it's just been countless. If we road diet Cook Street, it's going to take everybody down Fairway Drive all the way from Portola to El Dorado. And if El Dorado is wide open, that's where they're going to funnel out. They are not going to go down Cook. I can guarantee that right now. And they don't use Rancho Palmeras because the signal takes forever. Yeah. So this is what we're dealing with today. And Greg Sanders, if you could opine on this, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I wish we had discussed this. I mean, just to throw this out at quarter after 5.
This is not new, Dana. And you've had this material for 2 weeks.
A single lane on El Dorado.
It's only a little bit more.
It's been discussed. It really has.
It has been discussed ad infinitum. But anyway, Greg, you were going to say.
And obviously rejected because it never made it until today.
Well, this has been a work in progress for a long time. So, look, this is a Rubik's Cube. It begins with the 1960s and the major mistakes that were made by the planners back then who approved subdivision maps that resulted in the traffic circulation pattern that we have here in Indian Wells. It's terrible. And we are now paying the price for having a very dysfunctional traffic circulation system. So we have to look at innovative ways to take the stress off of the traffic circulation pattern that we have in the residential areas. El Dorado, how long is El Dorado from Toscana to Fairway? A mile? A mile. We have a virtual Caltrans standard 4-lane divided highway from Toscana to Fairway. It makes no sense. It's ridiculous. I defy you to find other neighborhoods in high-quality cities like Indian Wells where you have a 4-lane divided highway going right through the middle of a residential neighborhood. It's a problem. Okay, now what we've got is a real exacerbation to the problem. We have CV Sync on Highway 111, designed to make it possible to go from Coachella to Palm Springs without ever hitting a red light. It doesn't work, in my opinion, number one. And number two, what's happening is the delays for people who are trying to get onto 111 from the neighborhood surrounding El Dorado and Rancho Palmeras and Cook Street, the delays are such that people who want to go westbound are just going the other direction. They'll go south to Fairway and on to Fairway, and they'll take Fairway into Palm Desert. That's what happens when human beings get behind the wheel. They're smart. And now bus drivers who are taking people from off-site to the tennis garden, for example, they think the same way. So now we've got a real problem with buses on Fairway. What I have proposed at the Public Safety Committee meeting yesterday is that we hire a consultant to tell us what is wrong with CV Link through Indian Wells and what can we do to prevent the unintended consequences of CV Link, or CV Sync, I'm sorry, from pouring all of this traffic into our residential neighborhoods.
Okay, that's a great point, but can we stay on point here?
Well, it gets to putting El Dorado on a road diet and
creating sidewalks.
What's that?
And creating sidewalks.
Yeah.
Narrowing it down to one lane.
Correct.
Right, okay. Thank you for the point. Are there
well-
any other points?
Yeah, I mean, I know this is not going to pass, but I have to make a substitute motion that we approve staff recommendation as recommended, with no amendment other than the sidewalk on El Dorado.
Dana, could I ask you, it's been 32 times and we came up with this without going to one lane, without a sidewalk in El Dorado, and I can tell you I don't remember all the reasons why. Why didn't we, do you remember why we didn't agree to have a single lane each way and no sidewalk in El Dorado? What is the reason not to do this? If you know what I'm asking.
I don't know that there's a reason not to do it. I'm just saying that this has not been, I had no idea that this was coming.
Right, either
Okay?
did I. I
All
agree.
right, and it's 20 minutes after 5, and it's a major decision affecting my country club and everyone else in the neighborhood. And I just don't like the idea of being sprung on at the last minute. And
Okay.
to be honest with you, I don't think, I mean, you have the votes, go ahead and pass it, but I need to.
No, I'm with you. I want to
I
know
will
what is
explain
the
to you.
reason.
The reason why
Because
is-
you've explained a reason, is that it would affect the people that live in the neighborhood who use the two lanes either way to get easier ingress and egress out in and out of the neighborhood.
Yep, but
wait, can I speak, please? Okay, let's break this down. If you don't do a road diet on El Dorado, you cannot do a road diet on Cook Street. You can't. You can't do
Well,
one
of course
without.
you can.
No, you can't. We are going to create the biggest.
You mean we shouldn't?
We shouldn't.
Okay, we can do it, but
well,
we
can.
shouldn't.
We can, but I'm speaking as you don't want it. So if
No,
we
no. I have no idea whether I want it or not.
Okay,
This has
gentlemen,
just been
this
sprung on
conversation
us.
is going back and forth. Do I hear a second to Dana's motion? I do not. So let's go back to the original motion. I think it's time we have a call to question here. I think we should do a vote, and we should do roll call on proceeding with Brian's motion. If we want to repeat it, we can, which is basically to approve sidewalks on Cook, on Fairway, on El Dorado, and then paint striping on Rancho Las Palmas as directed by the staff. That's the motion on the table. That's what we're going to vote on right now.
One sidewalk in El Dorado.
One sidewalk on El Dorado. That's on the west side. That's what we're voting on. Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Whitman?
Yes.
Councilmember Reed?
Abstain.
Councilmember Sanders?
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Penna?
yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes. All right, let's move on to the next subject. We've got Fairway Park improvements. Community Development Director Berg, you're back in front of the mic. Are we going to put a cell phone tower on the Fairway Park? I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I'm so sorry.
It's a little early for
I'm
that.
so sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Director
You've
Berg.
been thinking about that for 2 hours. You finally
Is it only two? Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And council members. John Burr, your Community Development Director. Before you is a proposal to do some improvements to Fairway Park. Fairway Park, as you know, is our only public park in the city. And it was a strategic goal announced at the last strategic council meeting that to work with the previous or the original park designer, Herman Design Group, to come up with some ways to improve shade in the park and also maybe some other amenities to provide access to areas in the park. So I'll go through them really quickly here. this is a picture of the existing park. We do have the central turf area you can see there. It's surrounded by a set of palm trees, a circle of palms, if you will, and doesn't provide much shade onto the turf area there. There are some existing seating areas, as shown in the red arrows. And you can see there's a circular or a semicircular walkway up in the front linking from El Dorado to Fairway Park. As an opportunity to improve access to the benches and the seating areas, we're proposing to include a semicircular sidewalk or walkway that goes around the perimeter of the park. It would provide access to the benches there and also to infill the circle of palms with some new tree specimens. And also you can see in the foreground there of the turf area, there's a proposal to put maybe 2 new shade trees in there as well. Here we saw an opportunity to include some mosaic art pieces, and you can see there that we would maybe use the logo for the arrowhead, the Indian Wells arrowhead, shown embedded into or inlaid into the sidewalk, or any other type of mosaic art that you would desire. This is concept 1B. It basically takes the first concept and adds a link down here at the bottom, so you have an enclosed circular walkway, so that, as was mentioned, I think by Marcy earlier, that there's a opportunity for safe walking here, and here by creating this link would create a pathway that residents can go out and do walking on site without actually entering the roadway, and they could visit friends or whatnot. Concept number 1 in summary is 8 new trees located within the circle of palms, and in the lawn area we would provide the new walkway around the perimeter. There would be extensions of that walkway to the landing areas for the benches, and that's basically the number 1. And through the magic of Herman Design Group, we're going to show you a quick video so you can take a spin around the park. This is the new walkway showing nice lush landscaping on both sides, retaining boulder walls there, providing access to the benches there for ADA as well, and going back out into the main grass area here. And real quickly, what this video shows is kind of a time lapse of the day and how the shade would move across the park to show the benefit of the new trees there. Concept number 2 just takes basically those existing bench areas and moves them into the front of the park, on the shoulders, if you will, and it would add 3 new trees, 2 on the little wedge-shaped lawn area there, and another one around the perimeter of the park. And basically you're looking at making little plazas here for seating areas, not extending a semicircular walkway around the park, but here's a quick video of that, and this one would include having portable temporary shade structures if you so desire to include those as well. And again, here is a quick video of what that would look like, and zooming out to see how the shade would time lapse across the park with the additional trees and the shade structures. So an alternative that wasn't presented in your staff report but was brought to us by the Herman Design Group was the suggestion that you could move the seating up into the front where the wedge-shaped lawn area is, and just kind of pave that over and create kind of a new seating area in the front there as an alternative with a more permanent type of shade structure in that location. And just looking at the time lapse to see how the shade moves. There you go. So staff is seeking council's direction on the preferred concept and design elements. Concept plan number 1, which included the walkway around the perimeter, is between $150,000 to $200,000. Concept plan number 1B, which was just extending that walkway in the front and creating a continuous loop, would be about a $200,000 to $250,000 expenditure. And concept number 2, which is just moving the seating into the front area there, and I think this would be consistent with the alternative concept that we described from Herman Design Group with the paving of the front, would be between $160,000 and $175,000. It is at the council's discretion if you'd like to include lighting there. We did propose moving some of the bollards into other locations, but if you wanted to improve the lighting for the walkways, you could add additional bollards. That might require additional expenditure. So with that, we're looking for, well, I'm available for any questions, but we're looking for direction from council on what the best alternatives would be for moving forward with this, these improvements.
Does anybody have any question? Okay, does anybody in the audience have any questions? Public comment?
Yes, I have Martin Lax.
Mr. Lax, number 4.
Martin Lax, Via Corona. Furrier Park is supposed to be a passive park, and that's what us residents in the neighborhood expect it to remain. So I question what we really have to do, what we don't have to do. I don't know if you, all of you know, but I'm a master gardener. Went through programs, and I like trees.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I say that because I'm not against ideas of that, but I am opposed to anything that changes the character of it being a passive park. Certainly, the artificial structures, that's not in keeping. And I wish we never had this park, as you all know, but we're going to live with it. So I just ask you not to make this a destination point other than it being a passive in character. That was well said.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Are there any other public comments? Okay. Coming back to us to have a motion.
Motion for option number 1.
Second.
Second the motion. Do we want to have any discussion, or do we want to vote?
Vote.
Let's vote.
Can we just clarify, option number 1 has 1 and 1B, and I showed you that it was a continuous circle around the park, or just the semicircle?
Semicircle.
Semicircle?
The original one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
Yeah.
can I see that again? I didn't realize
Sure.
there was a 1 and 1B. No problem.
This would be 1B, showing the continuous circle around the park so that you could go out and walk in
Now, is
in
that
laps.
1 or 1B?
That's
Which one is that?
That's 1B, and one is this one here. This one.
That's very confusing.
This is
What's
one.
the difference?
The difference is that you see the yellow line doesn't connect at the bottom. There's no sidewalk that continues. So if you were going to walk around the park, you would have to do kind of a zigzag in
It
there.
goes 300 degrees versus 360 degrees.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
That's 1.
That's 1, and 1B just connects the dots.
Do you
down there.
understand?
No, now show us what 1B
Okay,
looks
so
like.
this is 1.
Oh, okay, fine.
1B
Fine.
is that.
Okay.
1.
1A.
1A.
1.
There's no 1A. There is
All
no
right.
1A.
The
Just
first
one.
one.
All right. That's the motion on the table.
Yes.
That's the motion. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, may I add to the motion on safer streets that is it too late to add a brief amendment that says the entire cost will not exceed $10 million before coming back to this council?
There might be people here that were here for that item that left.
So
when
it's
they
not
thought that
possible.
the item was done. I think you could do a motion to reconsider. That gets complicated.
Well, it's coming back anyway.
Could we maybe save it for the next time it comes
Fine,
back?
no problem.
Just
Thank
keep
you.
it simple.
Let's keep it simple. Let's move on to the next. We're talking about I-4 at this point. Council Ad Hoc Committee update on Historic Neighborhood Recognition Program. I believe this is you, Dr. Friedland, that's presenting?
Actually, we have representatives from Indian Wells Preservation Foundation will be doing that. I can just
Okay.
do a brief introduction and say that the City Council formed an ad hoc committees with Councilmember Sanders and Mayor Pro Tem Penna.
Come on up.
Come on up, Kevin. To look at a neighborhood recognition program. And Kevin Mead from the Indian Wells Preservation Foundation has been tasked by the group to make their presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Freeland. My name is Kevin Mead. I'm the Vice President of the Indian Wells Preservation Foundation. I'm hoping to make this just a little bit lighter and a little bit more celebratory than tea times and maybe the Safer Streets discussion. But I first want to just, on behalf of the Preservation Foundation, thank you, Mayor Taylor, thank you, City Council members, thank you, staff, and thank you for some of our residents that are still here from a couple of these communities that we want to celebrate. I also want to just give a shout out to our ad hoc committee. Thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Penna, Councilman Sanders, and also our President, Linda Blank. Appreciate your faith, your persistence, your guidance through this process. It's been kind of a deliberate and measured process, and we tried to make it as inclusive as we possibly could. What I want to do is just briefly frame the Neighborhood Recognition Program. I think you've gotten a packet of information on it. Talk a little bit about the two communities that we want to designate as being historically relevant, and give you a little history on those communities so you understand why we've selected those. And talk a little bit also about how we're going to do it. By formally recognizing our ungated historic neighborhoods, the city really has a meaningful opportunity to foster a deeper and broader appreciation for the origins and the evolution of Indian Wells. These neighborhood developments are more than just streets of beautiful homes. They reflect timeless elements of mid-century design, the vision of early developers, builders, architects, and actually the people that just came here to work and play and just be a part of the community. I want to first just point out that it's really important to recognize that this is a recognition program, and that is a little bit different than a designation program. Recognition, more or less meaning non-regulatory, unencumbered, a celebration of these communities. Oftentimes, the designation label just brings up images of formal policies, ordinances, restrictions that you can do and cannot do. But this initiative is really about honoring and celebrating, not restricting. Why does this matter? Well, together are these 4 neighborhood communities that we've selected, 2 of which we're going to try and move forward on with your hopefully positive vote. They really reflect the formative period of Indian Wells. This is when ungated areas of Indian Wells were sand dunes, they were agricultural fields.
Can I apologize. I don't want to tread on your feet here, but we as a council have all received the materials and we've reviewed them. So may I ask that rather than context, we just kind of show us what it is you'd like us to actually vote on? Is that okay? Would that be okay?
Sure.
For the moment? And then we can ask questions.
Would you like me to go through the neighborhood history or not?
No, let's just go right to the street signs that you're...
Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I know it's getting late in the day.
Well, we've done our homework.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting
okay.
your well-thought-out presentation, but we've seen it.
So let's jump to this. This is where you want to go.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the street sign blades are really the way that we thought we'd designate these communities. And our analog for this, really the closest thing we have is the 25 different communities in Palm Springs that have more or less through their 1PS program have adopted these street signs, street sign toppers. And so we wanted to take the original logos of these communities, Desert Bel Air in Indian Wells Village, and incorporate that into the blade, but keep the blade itself conforming, keep the contour of it consistent. I know that's up to the city.
Where would they go? I mean, which on Fairway, which ones are Desert Bel Air and which ones are Indian Wells Village?
Well, let me just quickly go back, if I can, to the map. So you can see here the 4 communities, El Dorado Palms to the east, and then we have Desert Bel Air on the corner of El Dorado and Fairway. Then we have Rancho Palmares, which would be another targeted, and then over in the upper side of the slide there, we have Indian Wells Village. There's also another area in between Desert Bel Air and Rancho Palmares that we're investigating right now to be a potential 5th entrant to this. So that's...
And the concept is to put these signs, if you will, above existing
street signs.
Yes.
Not adding new street signs.
No.
Just adding. Okay.
Just
fine.
to showcase the community by placing them on top of existing street signs.
And do you have a cost estimate?
We do. I think it was in the packet.
Apparently, there in the staff report is a budget of $50,000 for the 2 neighborhoods in total.
For the 4 areas.
For the 2 areas.
Which 2?
What's being proposed is Desert Bel Air and Indian Wells Village.
$50,000 for those 2? Yes,
Well, there's multiple signs.
there's multiple signs. There's signs.
It's
throughout
wherever
the
there's a
neighborhood.
street sign in that area, there will be an additional.
How many street signs are in those two areas? Like, there
Do we
can't-
have that number? I didn't see that in the
I'm
presentation.
not sure if we have that number available today.
Okay.
We've identified the streets.
Is $50,000 the expected cost, or is that just a budget number?
That's a budget right now.
That's just a budget number that, I mean, so it could be significantly less.
It certainly can.
Okay, fine. Is there any reason we can't just approve it?
Well, I want to ask you, can I
No,
ask
this
a
is-
question? Wait, I want to ask one question.
I see no reason why you can't approve it.
Well, in that case.
Is this for 4 areas or 2 areas? Would we be voting for 2 areas or for 4 areas?
2.
So where is Indian Wells Village?
That's the pot. Over up Warner.
It's Miles and Warner
And I'm curious
Trail.
as to why we're doing 2 versus the 4.
Why don't we do 4?
Yeah.
I can explain that. We selected these 2 because there was outreach that was made, particularly Desert Bel Air, where there might have been a little controversy, and we wanted to make sure the residents supported.
But
So we
Councilmember Reed, if you want to do all 4, we can.
No, let's do the 2 and see how they look, and if we like it, if we can always add to it.
Yeah, and then we double back and we'll.
Is there
do
a
the other
motion?
2.
Yes, I
Can we
move that
take a public comment, Mayor?
Do we have a public comment?
Yes,
I
we do.
apologize. Yes. Okay. So thank you for your presentation. Take yes for an answer. Do we have a public comment?
Yes, I have 3.
Okay.
Martin Lax, followed by Sheldon Anderson.
All right, Martin, come on up. Number 5.
Can
I
you-
apologize for not opening this to the public.
Do you
That's my
support or oppose the motion?
I oppose it, but no, I don't oppose it. I am in support of it as long as we do our historic, it matches what we've done in history. And I think you're right. Once you choose 2, you're choosing all 4 or 5. So I think that it's a whole package. I think it'd be inconsistent not to do them all at one time.
Well, but what if we don't like it? We don't, this way we've only spent a little bit of money instead of the whole $50,000.
Anyway, your point is let's do them all at the same time?
That is. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The next comment from the public?
While he's walking up, Martin
Please, come
Lax
on up.
did make a good point, and that is, I have gotten a lot of feedback that the signs should be historically correct. That is, not modernized. The lettering should be consistent with the lettering that was used for the advertising, et cetera.
Yes.
Is that what you're looking for, Martin?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
My name's Sheldon Anderson.
Thank you, Sheldon.
And I live in Desert Bel Air. I just wanted you guys to know that this was really a grassroots process. That when I did the research on my home and found out about the developer Fillmore Crank, who was the one who built my home, and that he developed Desert Bel Air. And
So you
I saw
support
that
the motion?
I support it.
Thank you.
And one other thing, when I came up with this idea, I did some research on toppers. I'm in construction. And they weren't that expensive, so I was kind of surprised with the
Excellent.
$50,000 number.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank
At a certain point, if people are in favor of this, take yes for an answer. So is there a third comment?
Trisha Cole?
Come on up, Tricia.
I'm still here.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thank you, council members.
Is this your
and
first city council meeting?
Mayor
in the-
Taylor, I'm Tricia Cole. I'm the president of Indian Wells Village number 3. And 1 through 5 are the originals that were there since the late 50s. I'm 3rd generation. There's a lot of us that are 3rd and 4th generation homeowners there. And we all approve, and we're hoping that we move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Okay, are there any more public comment? Now we're coming back. Do we have a motion to approve these 2 recommended areas?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, can we vote, please? All those in
I
favor?
have an alternate motion. I don't see why we don't do all 4. I see.
I second that.
All right, an alternate motion is on the table to do all 4 areas.
I'm going to vote no. I mean, let's make sure we want to do this before we spend the whole $50,000, but that's all right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Let's vote for all 4 areas first. Let's do a roll call then, please, Madam Clerk. All 4 areas.
Councilmember Whitman?
Yes.
Councilmember Reed?
I hate to vote no, but no.
Councilmember Sanders?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Penna?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes. Let's go to the next
Mayor-
item,
Mayor and
please.
council, may
Yes.
I? It's come to my attention that the city hasn't yet spoken with those other two yet. Can we maybe adjust the?
Subject to a positive response from the
like,
areas?
Maybe what we interpret the motion that just passed as authorization for staff to move forward with those other two if they successfully negotiate an agreement with those other two.
Excellent idea.
Or support.
Well, so what did we do with the other two? I don't understand.
Negotiate with who?
Well, maybe negotiate's it's a bad way for me to phrase it, but
If I can clarify, it's my understanding from representatives of Indian Wells Preservation Foundation, they have support for the 2 communities. The other 2 communities, they're still talking to the residents there and haven't gotten clear support that this program is one in those 2 areas.
I have a suggestion, a way out of the woods. I think most people would want to see what the signs look like. Those should come back for city council final approval. If there's a bunch of blowback from one or both of these other communities, we can always take them off the table.
Well, we've approved already that the 4 areas can get signs, and I think the request is simply to say, let's as we roll them out, let's get positive feedback from the Area 3 and Area 4, and if there is pushback, then bring it back to City Council.
I don't think that was what Greg said.
No.
I know it's not what Greg said, but we had already approved the
do we need
motion.
another motion?
Well,
I mean,
so
to put
do
a
we
finer
wanna-
point on it?
Yeah, I think we're getting hung up on a technicality here. We can approve something on Monday and we can disapprove it on Tuesday. I mean, we have that discretion.
I understand. So do you wish not to approve them to proceed?
No, what I'm suggesting is that most of the people that I have spoken with want to make sure that the blades are historically correct in terms of logos, lettering, that sort of thing, that they reflect what was advertised for these communities when they were developed. And so to make sure that we have that kind of consistency, we have the staff bring back to us the designs for the blades. That'll take a while. In the meantime, we can go out to these other 2 communities, and if there's significant opposition in these other 2 communities, we can just take them off of the.
Okay, are the 2 areas, are the blades as you're referring to them, are they historically accurate and can they proceed with those 2?
Haven't seen them yet. Oh, the first
The
2?
first 2 area.
We should have a final look to make sure that they are consistent with what
Okay, so
the advertising.
So I
is at the
am
time.
correct in that you would like to retract the vote and say all of this is subject to approval of the designs of the signs.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and if there is blowback on Rancho Palmeras and the 4th neighborhood, that we can always say, well, okay, we won't proceed with those 2 neighborhoods.
Gentlemen, this is your motions. Do you want to, what would you like to do here?
Well, I just want to know, I mean, I don't understand what's happened in the other neighborhoods. Did we do a survey? Did we do a door-to-door? I mean, what are we talking about here? What kind of approvals do you have from these 2 other neighborhoods? I mean,
we didn't go out and go knocking on every door.
I think the best way to do this.
Do you want to come up? Do you have an answer?
But I think really the best way to do this, we already know that Indian Wells Villages and Desert Bel Air are a go. Let's just do them. And
That
then,
was my motion.
Right. And then we'll bring back the others because this is way too
Good enough.
convoluted.
Yeah, good enough.
So let's go with Dana's original motion and strike the other motion.
Okay, so first I think we have to vote to.
Let's just have a motion to reconsider.
Yeah.
Motion to reconsider.
Is it seconded?
Is there a second? to
Well, I voted no,
reconsider.
So I can't make the motion or second it.
Okay, would you please second my motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
No.
Okay, 4-1.
No.
It,
All right.
it passes.
Now, we are going to have a new motion on the table.
I move we approve staff recommendation for the two areas.
Second the
that are
motion.
ready to go.
Second the motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now you've got 2 out of 4 and
It's
you'll come
4-1.
back. You'll come back. All right.
There you go.
Now we're going on to the 60th anniversary ad hoc committee update. I believe
Yes. But it's probably almost the
Ms. Avila.
61st by now, isn't it?
Here we
Sounds
go.
like it.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. The item before you presents the recommendations of the 60th Anniversary Ad Hoc Committee, and staff is seeking council direction to move forward with planning and implementation of the city's 60th anniversary. The ad hoc committee did meet on March 20th to begin planning. Based on those discussions, the committee is recommending a year-long celebration beginning this July 2026 and continuing through July 2027 rather than limiting it to just one single celebration. This approach allows the anniversary theme to be incorporated across events, programs, and communications, providing multiple opportunities for resident engagement to the city's history and future. The committee recommends creating a comprehensive 60th anniversary branding program. This would include a commemorative logo consistent with anniversary messaging applied across city materials that would include the city's new adopted color palette. To launch the anniversary year, the committee is recommending a 4th of July celebration this year in 2026, preferably on Saturday, July 4th, with Friday, July 3rd identified as a potential alternative if vendor availability requires flexibility. While the city's 59th anniversary date falls later in July, this kickoff event would align to the start of the Indian Wells celebration with the 250th anniversary of the United States, creating a strong patriotic and community-focused event. Hotel partners and the golf resort have expressed interest in supporting the celebration. If council decides to move forward, staff is requesting an approval of a supplemental appropriation of $70,000 to fund the firework display this coming July. Looking ahead to 2027, the committee is also recommending a signature anniversary celebration that would approximately host about 600 residents. In addition, the committee is requesting the council consider an alternative firework display in July 2027 to formally conclude the year-long celebration. Associated costs to be brought forward to the council at the May budget. So we would incorporate all these costs at the May discussion. The committee is also recommending to formally recognize 2 individuals whose service has had a lasting impact in Indian Wells. Mr. Dick Oliphant has served on the council from 1976 to 1992, including 8 years as your mayor. And he played a key role in shaping the cities through a major development efforts, financial stability, and the service, and his service of the city's first fire chief as well. In recognition of his legacy, the committee recommends naming our fire station 55, the Richard Oliphant Fire Station, and commissioning a bronze sculpture with that would be dedicated to him on this anniversary year. The committee is also recognizing Jan Oliphant for her contributions to the community, including founding the city's garden club by renaming the community's garden to the Jan Oliphant Community Gardens and installing a commemorative plaque. So that's another recommendation. Additionally, the committee supports completing the City of Indian Wells historic book in partnership with the Indian Wells Preservation Foundation. It is recommended that staff would work closely with community activities and also our city marketing team. If council is directed by the council, we can also seek assistance by a consultant is an option as well to help us with these festivities. The 60th anniversary celebration is an approved city council strategic goal that was established in 2026, this current year. While the overall fiscal impact has not yet been determined, staff will return with a proposed budget depending on what you would like to move forward today. There is a May 13 budget that's being presented to you shortly, so we can come back with funding options. Alternately, so currently today, the only thing that we are asking for you is a supplemental appropriation for the 17,000. In closing, I will pass it on to our ad hoc committee of our 60th anniversary, which was Councilmember Sanders and Mayor Pro Tem Penna, if you want to add anything else that I missed. But that's our presentation.
So how much money are we asking for?
So currently, right now, we would seek a supplemental appropriation for 70,000 if you would like to do the kickoff event in July of 26, which is this in a couple of months.
And if we don't do the fireworks in July, then what are we approving?
Then we're just approving the naming of the fire station, Dick
Plus the
Oliphant.
statue.
Yes, the statue, correct.
And a plaque.
Yes, and then also the community gardens and the plaque. But we would come back with a proposed budget. This is just to advance if you're looking to
I see. So you're seeking guidance.
guidance, correct.
Got it.
To add to the fireworks display on the 4th of July of this year, we would do outreach with the hotel partners so they can fill their rooms and probably create a lot more TOT for the city as well.
Any other comment?
Yes, you have something.
I just want to make sure we add, we are working to try and secure a 4th of July pyrotechnic company, being that this is the United States of America's 250th anniversary, and we are getting a little bit of late start to this. We may not be able to secure a firework provider on the 4th of July. There may be the option of July 3rd if that's what you want. So we just want clear guidance on that as well.
Okay, are there any other comments? Do we have any public comments on this matter? Okay.
Yeah,
Now we're coming back.
Yeah, well, no public.
There's no
comments, right?
public comments.
Okay. I just, the $70,000 for the 4th of July,
3rd of July.
3rd of July, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I know we did it in the past and virtually nobody showed up. I mean, virtually nobody showed up except staff. Now, maybe we have the time between now and the 4th of July to hype this, but it seems to me that to make it a success, we need more than 2 months to generate that. And if we just plan it for next year, we can allocate the money now so that they can book a pyrotechnic company for the 4th of July next year, which I guess would be on a Sunday.
And that
probably,
celebrates our 60th.
and celebrate our 60th. And then it gives us a long time to let everyone know that this is going to be a major event, and the hotels hopefully would be full. And that's my recommendation, is that, yes, we give them the $70,000, but ask them to book it for next year now. We might even get it a lot cheaper if you book it this
And is the birth date of the city July 4th? I don't think so.
No.
14th.
So, right, July 14th. So,
14th.
so why not have a fireworks display during the season when everybody's here to celebrate our 60th anniversary? I don't think there's any secret to it being in July when no one's here. So, maybe we can frame it this way, because I think you're asking for guidance. So I would move that you come back regarding the naming of Dick Oliphant and a plaque. Do we? Well, I'm going to say a plaque. I'm going to say Jan Oliphant plaque. I'm going to say a celebration of the 60th anniversary with fireworks during the season. I'm going to say proposal for a book, and we come back with a budget and guidance, I'd say by June, with kind of cost analysis for us to analyze. That would be my motion.
Second.
Would you consider a bust instead of or in addition to a plaque?
I would consider a bust, yes.
Yeah, that was the
Okay.
recommendation.
Versus a statue. The word was
the
statue.
statues of Dick, right?
Yes.
The bust
yes.
would be of Dick.
Richard Oliphant.
Yes.
And the plaque.
And the plaque is for Mrs. Oliphant.
Yes,
Right.
correct. Yeah. Yes, a bust. I would accept a bust. Okay, that's the motion. I have a second.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Then we move on to council reports. Oh, no, it's not. We've got a lot of council reports. All right, so now it says J1, Mayor Taylor requests to review joint council and planning committee. There is a J1. So this notion is, there's been a previous vote, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Chris, maybe you can opine on this, but there's been a previous vote to have an annual joint session meeting with City Council and the Planning Commission. I see no need for that, so I would like a motion
So moved.
that we do not need to have a joint Planning Commission.
Second the motion.
That's not one time.
That's forever.
Yes.
Okay, so we have two.
On an as-needed basis.
Yeah. Does anybody have any opposition? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that's the end of that. My apologies. Now we go to city council reports. Mr. Whitman.
I want to first report that I had an ex parte meeting with Dan Wimstead about the golf tee time or equity issue. So that's a report of that. Speaking of Dick Oliphant, I received an email from him recently, within the last week, extolling the Children's Discovery Museum, describing the history, his and Indian Wells' leadership in developing the Children's Discovery Museum, and urging that we maintain or increase our support and sponsorship, stating that this is how we support our Valley children, and also urging that we extend our support and sponsorship of the Jocelyn Center, which he also spearheaded. He spearheaded apparently the building of both of these entities, and that we support our Jocelyn Center as well. So I thought that was interesting, especially since we're going to have a bust of him over at the fire station. And there's really nothing else to discuss except it's online. There's currently a survey of effective fixed routes for buses. The question is whether they should be on the most traveled routes or whether we should go to routes less traveled but where people need to have a bus come through their neighborhood. So that's my report.
Mr. Reed.
I have nothing to report, but I do want to say that I believe that at the last meeting when we authorized a $50,000 expenditure for the rodeo, it was on the condition that we get some advertising value out of it. I have seen some of their advertising. I do not see the name Indian Wells in any of their advertising, including the billboard on Highway Interstate 10, a recent television commercial. I've gotten email, social media things. I don't see our name on any of their advertising, and that I think they're in breach of their agreement.
Thank you for the comment. Maybe we'll direct staff to follow on that to see what's happening and then report back to us at the next city council meeting. Mr. Sanders.
I have nothing to report that can't wait until May, given the late hour here.
Mr. Penna.
Same. I did meet with Mr. Wimstad as well yesterday in regard to the golf, all of his comments about the golf. We do have the end of the season party on the 23rd. So that's in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, end of season's here again.
And do we know if is that sold out? Has that been offered to everyone?
Are we close to 400?
We're halfway through. We did not send out a active link, but we're going to be sending that out now that our website's up and running. But we've been taking on in-person reservations, so it is a slower sell this time.
It's at the pavilion.
So we have about half.
Yeah,
we have 400 seats, so we're about
the
half.
menu's fantastic. Everyone's going to love the menu this time. So
what's the date?
It's April 23rd.
Yeah.
Which is a week from today.
Next week.
It's next week. Wow, here we are, next week. That's all I have.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have a bunch. So, CVAG Executive Committee. So, CVAG is in financial straits. They're looking at having a $4 million deficit in the next couple of years. The cost of the off-ramp in Coachella has gone from $89 million to $175 million.
Is it Coachella or India?
India. It's in India.
India.
It's in India. And so just to give you an example of one item, right? There's also been issues with regard to people running into the lights, traffic accidents, so repairing CV sinks, small costs, but nonetheless unanticipated costs, and the purchase of an automobile to service CV sink, and the list goes on and on. So this is an interesting moment in time. There's been an ad hoc committee created to talk about ways in which to create funding so that CVAG doesn't fall into financial straits. The CVAG Energy and Sustainability Committee. Chromium-6 was a discussion item. Chromium-6, of course, is in our water. We currently have the most strict water chromium-6 laws in the world. The federal government is recommending 100 parts per billion of chromium-6. California has 50 parts per billion. CV Water District is at about 23 parts per billion. And the new demand is at 10 parts per billion. To achieve 10 parts per billion, the estimated cost for redoing our water storage facilities and cleaning facilities, et cetera, not excluding potentially any cost of the debris and pollution created from updating these water holder tanks, is $900 million. There are 12 water districts that are affected by this in the state of California. We are one. So there could be a $9 to $10 billion cost, and this is currently being fought in the county, in Fresno, in the county where Fresno is, in the courts, news at 11. But we are concerned about this because obviously the result is raising the price of water for everyone, and of course the price of water impacts those people with less means more than it does with people with more means. Just to give you a sense of history, the Aaron Brockovich case, which had chromium-6, was 11,000 parts per billion. CVAG Transportation Committee, we talked about the cost of the off-ramp and the on-ramp, and they're talking about looking at even a increase in taxes to accommodate, continuing to support our roads, not only in the Coachella Valley, but through our CTC, which I'll raise in a second. Coachella Valley Clean Air Ad Hoc Committee. So I met with Eisenhower Hospital yesterday, and they are putting the refining touches on a very detailed study that shows an increase in health issues relating to esophageal and lung issues due to dust. And the greatest impact, Greg, is on children under the age of 13 that they're seeing coming into their... Yeah, Greg and I met with the school district, and there are more and more days every year where the kids can't go out and have recess or kids can't go out and have PE. And so once this document is refined, I'm more than happy to circulate it. But it remains a significant issue, and so we are keeping our eyes and ears on that. As far as taking action steps are concerned, we've also identified the land area, and we met with CVWD, who actually owns half the land that we're questioning outside of Coachella, outside of the city of Cathedral City, and they said all you have to do really is apply for a land access, and then. So I'm curious. We'll try and talk to CVAG about applying for access to the land. And when we go back to Washington D.C., we're also going to meet with the Fish and Game, who controls the other half of the land, about access. And according to our congressman, there is a will to try and do something to mitigate dust on that land, which our congressman was curious as to why the federal government even owns that land at this point in time. The Indian Wells Golf Committee, we talked about in great detail earlier today. I would say that the city championship is this weekend. I would also say that we had a modest turnout compared to what we had anticipated, so we'll review the tournament and talk about next year if we want to open it up to Coachella Valley or choose a different time of year to have it, because there were a lot of people that were interested, but for example, even the Vintage Club has its own club championship this weekend. So Indian Wells Tea Committee is hilarious. This is on the list, but never meets. But perhaps we should set a meeting to talk about teas. So I will. Maybe we'll instigate a meeting on teas and the resorts. Municipal Code update. We postponed that. Riverside County Transportation Committee took place in Cathedral City this month. And they had a number of initiatives, mainly the discussion of CVAG and then the Sunline Transportation Commission. But their annual report, which I will try and summarize in a mayor's note so that we can get out of here earlier, has just been approved, so we'll get a brief on their annual report. The Southern California Association of Governments, Salton Sea, has a new conservancy for restoration and to improve air. That was the governor of the state of California was out here last week to announce that conservancy. The concept is there's been a lot of money given for air and water, environmental issues, studies, et cetera, over the years, but it's all gone to disparate groups. And they haven't shared a lot of that data information. So a conservancy was created to funnel all dollars that are there to study the Salton Sea into one place to make it more effective, and so information gets shared. The other thing that happened on the rail recently is that RCTC tried to get a CEQA exemption for rail, and was recently denied. So it's going to set back our rail initiative for getting a public rail system from Los Angeles to out here until we can get a CEQA review. With that said, and I was at a League of California Cities meeting in Costa Mesa, and we talked about a number of matters. We voted on two issues. One is the California Fair Elections Act that would allow general cities to have the same privilege as contract cities in the ability to have governments help fund local elections to be consistent. And the second was parental leave. We voted to support the fact that someone may take 60 days or more for an absentee based on parental leave, motherhood, fatherhood, and that is the end of my report. So I believe that comes to the end of our meeting, and at 6:12 p.m., this meeting is adjourned.
Oh, come on, can't we stay longer?